Alrighty, a reminder that this Saturday, myself and Miss Morgan Nightshade will be playing the next in our Senior Detectives games. We will be checking out Bear With Me, a little bit dark looking noir detective game about being a teddy bear. So look forwards to that this weekend. But for now, today we are doing our 2024 year in review and New Year's Eve stream. Let's start out with some heroes. Let's finish off the map that we didn't finish yesterday when we went over to Senior Detectives. It's kind of tempting to bring you over. I think we'll wait till the end of the week. Yes, you're going to get this back and it's going to suck for me. Weaken their sprites. It helped. Okay. I fear the horsies more. Good, that blocks the horse. Now, I think here. So close. The littlest bit more and we can win that. So throw one more hero at them. Maybe get rid of these. So that we aren't minimizing our morale even further. Good. Hey, 4 extra druids. That might make the difference. Four extra druids and bonus morale. Well, that's terrible. Still, maybe we can win via flying. Yeah. Come on, turrets. Think here. Good. Yes. GG, yellow. All right. Now, do we give everything to you? Yeah, let's give you the orcs. And the trolls. And if you can beat up this... That is definitely an amount of spell power. But that only matters if you get to have turns. So... let's just make it so you don't get to have any turns. Beautiful. 2 doggos, well worth it. Especially for the huge amount of items we got out of that. Now, she is more important than him. Screwed at least part of that up, because... she should not have any orcs. And this might be the final wave. Well, I said might. We need to wait one more turn for the Hydras. You can go get more sorceress things. You need to give them their orcs. Now we have to decide how we're splitting this. Do I want to create one super person? And then a hold the line person, or 2 reasonable people? I kind of like that. Gather the buffs, because I kind of think this next fight might be tough. Same with you. Gather the Hydras. Okay, and then you can go grab the next set of barbarians. Time to decide, are we trapping you on your island? Let's go with yes. Well, in your town. She tries to hold this location. That's a goodly amount of gargoyles. Not gonna lie. And luck, and morale. Good work. Troll's gone. That'll be a win. So we lost some of our orcs, but otherwise pretty good. Yeah, some of our orcs, but otherwise basically nothing. That's also a fair bit of spell power. Perfect, that'll kill. Ow. Sure, you can intercept the skellies. Honestly, the ogres are the new priority target, even though they're slow. This is your last turn casting spells, enemy. I hoped you liked them. Even better archery. More spell power for us is actually pretty fantastic. Not really very good spells. Do I care about 20 missing mana? Not really. I want to do the Griffin, but I think if I don't do the Minotaur, we're gonna get stuck. The units aren't gonna have space to do everything. The new question is, can you get to here before the new week? Which is probably no. You would love the bow more than the Ankh. I don't think we really care about Curse. Yeah, and less damage from lightning. Other way around, you need a new unit, so what are you going to have? I think the Ogres are the winner. Otherwise, you kind of need to back off. You seem to think that you can fight me. And 18 Hydras is definitely a respectable force with that kind of attack stat. Oh, bless you. You get rid of their archers. Same with you. You intercept the goblins. No orcs for you, friend. Okay, and now we start slowly peppering the Hydra with arrow fire. With enough disrupting rays, anything is possible. Tempted away from our archers. And GG. That said, that doesn't leave us with much of a force. Grab that. Yeah, the adobe is fine. You know what? You're no longer guarding that. Give her the goblins. Or actually, at the moment, make her move faster for next turn. Okay. More archer. Those... Do I prefer doggo or dwarf? Doggo does get double attack. Yeah, I prefer doggo. Okay, you grab this, and then head back here. Hopefully that's enough there. We could visit this before fighting you. Could be well helpful. Not much stats left. Archer. Well, that sucks. Goodbye, druids. No, goodbye, orcs. Now, goodbye, druids. No. Also no. Okay. But that is her force all but fully spent. No spells. Oh. I was like, we have Lightning Bolt, Magic Arrow, Cold Ray. We got nothing. Just in case they decide to turn around. Going to be leaning heavily on our magic here. We don't exactly have a lot of it left. That hurt. I didn't realize you were still hasted. Yeah, she needs to back off now. You did a pretty good job. There's only Hydras left. Just in case they keep running this way. You can have some dwarves as well, why not? Try again. Yeah. And now we're at the stage where even just the troll alone would win. Because the Hydra can't do damage faster than the troll recovers. Alright. Fool's Gold. Pretty reasonably quick. We get a decently high ranking. Let's check out another one of the maps. Indeed. After centuries of friendship, the wizards have suddenly decided to stop sharing their library with the rest of the world. The Wizards of the North have maintained a vast library for all the world to share, but now they've closed their doors and issued declarations of war to each of the other rulers of the lands. To make matters worse, rather than ally with you to face the wizards, each has decided to make their own effort. Prepare your forces, for you now stand alone. I mean, this seems like a horrible place. This isn't so bad. You got any built-in levels? None at all. We could have a second hero. Yeah, that seems wise enough. Especially when we can get someone who helps move a bit quicker. He says, and then realizes he's boxed in by the sprites and these. Gonna need the plain old elves. And then if you're already very slow, there's no real reason to fear having the dwarves. We can probably do a reasonable job of shooting a lot of this to death. Like halving my archers, but oh well. Horde of peasants? Yeah, we can probably do a decent job of shooting them. We knew that was going to be coming. Just felt like the kind of map that it was going to be. And we got to try. No, we'll wait one turn. Ah, we can't win that. Well, what if we try one of the other start positions? If we try Necromancer. Kind of do want you, because it's really terrible terrain. Gold pile. Do we need a third? More archers would be nice. Might even be enough to do something. Sure, better zombies. Alright, this should be doable because we have archers and they don't. Right. Okay, same idea, but bring the fancier zombies. Sure. Can live with that. More money per turn. One more hero. One more hero. It is nice that we start with a real real mage guild. Gold pile. Yeah, that's you coming here to kill this. Good for you. Let them come to us. Okay, there's nothing else there, unless I'm willing to go through the elves, which I aren't. So we should go do the goblins. Make her faster next turn. Give. Kill Goblin. Lovely. 2 skellies. Gain 2 skellies. Mausoleum. Okay. Now we're a bit more stuck again. We probably exit through the dwarves. No, you get this. And come towards here. He will grab you the liches. I need that to get my bone dragon as soon as possible. Okay. That gets us access to the vampires. Or she kills that and then wanders up towards these archers and then out through the dwarves. I'm pretty sure. Yes, we would like to turn the zombies into skeletons. Lovely. Rest of that can be other people. Go get me that so we can get our dragons. You help her move quicker. You are going to play Fairy. You immediately target that. Okay, if that's as far as you're able to move. No sense in complaining. Okay, give. Kill. Good enough. And the pigs. Good. I was hoping for it to kind of be a fight. The rest of that we don't really care about. Out through the dwarves. Speed her up again next turn. No, you get ready for helping explore out here with your better vision. He can become the ferry master. Give her stuff back. Kill them. Should be easy, they're too slow to do anything. Especially when they group up like that. Movement. You're too far away to speed them up this turn. And we're too poor for everything else. I mean, I guess we could build these for the day that we might need them. Money. Do I think it's worth trading for you? Yes. Make her faster next turn. Moat. It's not trivial, but it also slows us down a lot. Trade back. Do I burst through and up towards here? It's only some mummies. That's quite a lot of our cash on those mummies. Don't use the vampires until they can become vampire lords. And oh my god, we never grabbed that. Well, I feel big stupid. Very big stupid. Alright, not too bad. 4 skellies. Yes, we lost the centaurs. We get most of the skellies back. You take a turn off too. Well, actually no, we'll get another hero. Ugh, I thought you'd have high movement. My bad. I assumed you'd have a gargoyle. You assume, you make an ass out of Hume. Yeah, I think we should be able to beat that. Black dragons are a bit too sizable. Truly going to try and... Okay, let's see. Depending on the spell, this is winnable. But now I have no third damage spell. So close. more money per turn. Are you a real hero? I can't tell. They're in the fog. Free zombies, love it. But to our horror, this isn't a way up to here. So it looks like we have to go through the Cavaliers, or up this way. And it looks like they want to kill this guy, so he needs to back off. That's a hard choice, but I'm going to choose the vampires over the dragons. Help her move quicker next turn. You'll give those back, and then you'll collect those and become her tender. Okay, no way you lose that. 2, 2, 2. If you want to bring it, bring it. Cash per turn. Yeah, that's right. Give back. Do I probably keep the ogre or the orcs. Now I could do that and come this way and eliminate these two. Yeah. You need to stay here and guard this. And you just work on the skeletons per week factor. Yeah, which they go after. Yeah, 60 you should be able to take 5, right? Gets to hit 2 for the price of 1. Better necromancy. Good. We will hire the skeletons just for the sake of They can't buy them. Okay, this. Get my castle back. Really want me to just... Goodbye. And goodbye. You shouldn't have come over near me, sorceress. You were trying to sneakily... nab my castle. About to be out of mana, friend. Yeah, that's right. Run away. Okay. I can't get through those golems. We never found out what that gives. Grab next week's stuff. And those. So do we go that way or do we go towards green? We know there's an enemy over there that we can kill, but I feel like purple is probably the more important. Morning, Mori. G'day, g'day. Slow. Slow is the spell that we get for free. Yeah. Give her these. Turn them into skellies. It's one. That's not too bad. We maybe could have done better if we split the vampires up into 2 stacks, but... eh. Okay, help her move faster next turn. I guess those are actually going away. Definitely need to start saving up for the Bone Dragon building. $100K. Are we the baddies? We are freeing the enemy of their mortal suffering, Adman. Helping them become the skeletons. Freeing their skeletons from servitude inside their mortal bodies. Yeah, we finished the one from yesterday, Amel. Didn't take very long. Swarm the... Yeah, we'll give it to you. Swarm the Warlock Island, GG. I guess I get to keep one Skelly Man? Okay, that shield may actually stop us losing anything. Yup. Lovely. Saving money for the dragons. Marketplace is sensible. The vampires are good. Vampires are really good because they can undie. So a lot of the other units, if they get killed, they're just gone. But vampires can come back to unlife if they do enough damage to vampirize back. So with a sufficiently big stack of vampires, they essentially become indestructible. Betsy a graveyard. Undying is your favorite response to dying? Sure beats being dead. Looks like we're not going to get enough wood at the moment. And we still need to visit that somehow. Jump. I was told there was a sorceress woman over here. There we go. This looks more barbarian-y. One more turn to get enough wood for the dragons. One way or another. Even if I have to trade away other resources, I think we do so. That's a lot of elves, and that's also a lot of dwarves. But not a lot of spell power out of our friend. Not that that's overly useful. I suppose I can buff you up. Good. Goodbye, fairies. There we go. One of the vampires just earned themselves life back. I am surprised that didn't do more. Interrupt them. Archers. Goodbye, horses. I hadn't thought through that that would cause the door to close. My bad. Goodbye, archers. Goodbye, vampires. We'll miss you. But we do win their forwards castle. And it's reasonably well decked out. She gets to recover her mana. And what am I going to do to make three wood? I guess I'm the most ahead on sulfur. I need 5 more even. I thought I only needed 5. My bad. Ow, that really hurts. But now we have access to draggies. Now, this was their primary town. Do I want to grab any of their units? I should take both lumber mills. Because I wanted to get to town before the start of the next week, Super Cheese. I walked past this so armor, like, girl with actual army could... I walked past another one? I already own that one. I don't think there's anything on screen that I don't own, and those things, but everything else that we see I own. The flag is green? Oh, they took that and I didn't notice. Okay. Yep. Nope, you're right there and I'm very wrong. I didn't realize they'd nabbed that. Getting the dragons is more... Well, we can delay 1 turn for that. And that. And then go get the ore. And then go get that. You have recovered your mana, and we're deciding whether we want to give you archers. Archers or horses? Or fairies or dwarves? Have a big map and good gameplay? You could. I like the bigger maps more than the smaller maps usually. Feels more spatial tactical about which areas you're moving around and defending. Yeah, we'll grab the horses. They're going to have terrible morale, but... I don't think I grab any of the archers, though. I definitely don't fight the unicorns. Oh, and I didn't realize you had an army up here as well. They might try and sprint across and kill this person, we'll see. Can't produce many units, but those that it can are fully upgraded at least. Go find that. They're evil unicorns. That is a lot of archers. I might be able to tempt the horses to move forwards. And then the skellies can kill them. Lock the door open. Boom. My skellies need to move faster here. They're mummies? They're druids. I really thought that would kill all the druids. Overly tanky dwarves. There we go. Lost a fair few skeletons, gain a whole bunch back. We can't get more horsies here. They've already exhausted the horsies. I do not want them. I want that. And I do want to get those gems. How many other characters are there? Okay, there's only a warlock up here and then finally the wizard. Raggies. The vamps, and we can't even afford all the liches. Hail Nuxart. G'day, g'day, welcome, welcome. How do you get that? Oh, these aren't going to let you out. The unicorns think they're better than you now. That's awkward. Well, I guess you're stuck here, friend. You might as well gain us all the vision you can. We didn't make any more money. So do I wait one more turn, or do we start running? I wait one more turn. I want all the liches, and I want the skellies. The mummies would be nice too. Okay, your job is now to try and catch up to her. If that means going through these dwarves, so be it. Looks good. We're too poor for anything else. Might as well kill them, turn them into some extra skellies. Ugh. But I don't know that going through the ogres is terribly plausible. So I probably have to go around. Maybe we play past the parcel. We get close enough that you can give us stuff, and the next turn we can move to reinforce. Wasn't even close enough for that. Wasteland is very, very difficult to move in. Maybe that far. Yeah, that looks right. Definitely not Crusaders, but that looks okay. Fancier dwarves, fancier elves. And we could also upgrade to bird, actually. You come back home. You start chasing her. Do we go for bird? I have so much Mercury. No. We'll leave bird for next week. And I should do double extra trade thing. Oh, hello. Where are you? Where is that guy? We could see them. They're doing things. There. Okay. No, that is scary. That is too scary for you for the moment. Back off. Back off! Until your reinforcements arrive. Good. Next turn he will probably be able to get to you and you can run forwards. Try and attempt me to make bird. Which I do want to do. I rather more dragons more. Green has committed suicide. So that hero we're scared of has stopped existing. And it feels like you are chasing this guy. Which I don't really care about. If you want to chase him, chase him. Technically, the unicorns are better than the liches. They're also technically better than the vampires. But I'm going to keep the vampires. And I guess I will trade for the liches over that. I said I want dragon, but we're getting bird. Because this army can exist now. Or at least almost now. Really gonna force me to go through the unicorns? Yes. Oh well, through the unicorns we must go. Hail pizza. Welcome raiders. Welcome pizza. Happy New Year's Eve, one and all. I mean, I have to. Blind one of them. Start targeting the second one. Retaliate kill. Body block, so that the archers don't take the hit. Unfortunately, it meant that the unicorn took the hit. It's only the 30th where you are, but happy New Year's Eve. Ouch, goodbye bird, we'll miss you. Lightning bolt. Body block. Ow, my glorious archers. Win. Horsey no longer blocks us in. I don't think he'll be able to get here in one turn. Hail Baron! Welcome raiders, one and all. Happy New Year's Eve. At least here in Australia. Got big plans? No, only thing we're planning to do especially today is we've got game year in review later. Obnoxious navel gazing later on. Where we're going to go through the games we played this year and rate them, but obnoxious navel gazing later. G'day, Baron. Good enough. They moved a bit further than I would like. To the right with you. Give you this so you can move faster on future turns. You are defending this. How much later? Maybe when we finish this map? We're about 75% done by space. You look forwards to obnoxious naval... I'm a bit mixed on it, as you might take by my description of it. On the one hand, I don't like the, I'm important and my opinion is the only one that should matter aspect. But I do like the, getting to tell people of some of the highlights and maybe point them at some things that they might enjoy playing aspects. That's still a lot of bloody fairies. Well, we'll see. Fairy, go. You'll be there for the hot takes. What is in Dino Crisis tier, undeservingly, according to you, versus me? That magic is really worrying. Yeah, I don't think we can win in the face of that magic. Not too fond of Dino Crisis? No. It is the lowest tier. There is no lower tier than Dino Crisis. Yeah, we definitely have to run away. Do I have that cash? I'm too poor for that as well. Fair enough. Just needs a Resident Evil 4 remake. Okay, now can we end? Oh, I don't even have enough for that. Okay. Kill me so that we can run away instead of trying to guard this. The first paragraph of the wiki mentions tedious puzzles. And it only gets worse. Well, actually, I don't know that. Probably only gets worse. Okay, you are going to now try and defend that instead. We will accept that the first one is lost. Lower units out of you. There's all these treasures, but we're going to ignore them. Let this guy gather them, because we're trying to get to the enemy's castle before the end of the week. That's so worrying. We might need to do a liquidate all our assets to throw heroes at him to drain him of his mana approach. We'll see. I think we can beat the pikemen. Do I want to spend on a haste? Yes. Kill. Kill. Kill the one that's threatening our archers. And no losses. Just what you love to see. Free the enemies from their skeleton, from their bodies. We'll probably be able to get there in time. 6... Oh, maybe not. Snow is pretty hard to move around in. Cash. Okay, and save. Now let's work out if we can throw heroes at you until you stop being a threat. Pikes don't counter fire-breathing cavalry. Ours are dead dragons, so they can't breathe fire. They just stompy stompy. Still do reasonable damage to the fairies. But we're not costing them as much mana as I would like. He keeps casting haste. $50 fairies isn't nothing. Go. That's nearly all the fairies now. In fact, we might be able to shoot them to death. What next? Not the dwarves, because the dwarves resist magic, so the pikemen. Do I do one more? Well, I definitely do you, just because you give us more of the correct type of unit for this defense. And then we can only afford one more after that. We haven't cost him anywhere near all his mana. Now we might be able to, though. Lightning. Hide in the other corner. He's wise to my mana wasting ways. We got most of the goblins. And a couple more pikemen. Do we throw one more at you? Yes. And then how many units do you have? 1, 2, 3. Everything but the fairies. So actually I want the archers with you. Go. Not expecting to do damage, just trying to cost a bit more mana. We did cost a little bit more mana and some goblins. Okay. Then... makes you want to call out freedom? This guy? You think old man wants to scream freedom? Or me? Me? Yeah, we'll trade away some resources. I want this guy not to win. It sucks that... we're not getting more spellcasters, though. Blue on their face. There's the Battle Dwarf. Half of the goblins. Half more of the goblins. But we're not going to get anything else successfully. Literal last. We expect hero. At least she's a spellcaster, so she'll be able to do some meaningful lightning bolt. And he is almost out of mana. Good. Ten left. That's the less damaging play to them directly, but I think this will cost them more mana. Yeah. Same again. I might be able to tempt them to use... Okay, they're out of mana. And that means this next fight now becomes maybe winnable despite their huge dwarf numbers. I think this may now be winnable. Trade away a little bit more by the last of the archers. Not archers, sorry. Fairies and dwarves. Slightly more. Okay. See if he backs up. He does not. He says my 67 dwarves are a force unto themselves. Which is kind of true. Disrupting Ray. He's not short on dwarves. Ba-dum-bum-tsk. Disrupting Ray. Good lord, those do so much more than the elves. Turn. Stop. Body block with the fairies. Try and make it so that the pikemen can't kill the fairies in one hit. The Medal of Punna. Win. Yeah, that looks safe now. Body block with the fairies first. If they don't run away this turn, we get to Myrtleate them. Go to the other side, because the horsies are going to be helping. Okay. That is a fantastic trade. Look at that. 70 dwarves, 30 pikemen for 30 fairies. Gauntlet, scroll. I kind of thought they'd have more. Ballistics, movement. I really thought they'd have more than that. This, rest. Yeah, that road might mean we can get there this next turn. Money or sulfur. You will pick up that. That's more money. The other two stay still. Or do I send you to go grab this? Do I think you can grab that? I question your ability to do that with that many hydras. But we might take a crack at it. To be clear, I think we probably have to undo that and hide and wait for even more archers before attacking those hydras. But we'll try. Good. Now that looks like it's sacrificing my horse, but what it was actually doing is tempting the hydras to where we can shoot them without taking the penalty for shooting over walls. And we say losing some horsey is worth doing full damage without 2 sets of archers. Those archers are swiftly disappearing. Four. Oh, I think we're better off running away with you now. Two. It's not going to be enough. They're going to get to shoot us to death. Well, maybe. Nah, 1 Hydra. Close, but not quite. Okay, so as we said, we will need to instead stay here for the turn. Or do we move halfway up and play relay? Considering how close that was, we probably move halfway up and play relay. So like there, and then next turn you go here. I'm even going to let the month cycle so that we maybe get a more useful hero. We can get the castle, which is fantastic. And they do offer us better heroes. Neither's especially better than the other, though. Better than the old heroes is what I mean. 3 bird? We can't quite afford 3 bird. Trade away some crystal. 3 bird. There we go. Okay. Hand these over. Bird. Weirdly not the unicorn. That should be fine. Start by doing everything except you. Get going. I don't really want to sacrifice the sprites as well. Keep disrupting Ray. Now the sprites may sacrifice. Only lost 1 bird, that's not too bad. Would would like you to move first farther next turn, so just the Phoenix for you. 12 Hydras isn't trivial, but you aren't a good spell power person, so we can mostly win via spell power. Two of our dragons, which I'm not in love with. But we get there. Castle ours. They can make real dragons. Definitely stay and guard this. Yeah, you can move forward and explore herewards. No, I want that back first, sorry. So let's fix that. I suppose you can have all of your archers. Most of your archers? Ugh. Goodbye, some more of that. Yeah, we can live without the horses. That just means that you spend one more turn waiting to move. I can live with that. I should go try and get that castle. But I also don't want to move out until I know this is guarded. So I want to give you one more turn of moving around here at least. Give you at least one very fast unit, so you can move further next turn. Okay, now I feel safe about letting you move out. We buy her a real dragon? Yeah, you can have one real dragon. Go grab the other castle. Which you can even do in a single turn. That's a lot of birdies. And the birdies are very tanky. That is not what I was trying to do, but okay. The upside is we've attracted the birds to where our skellies can get at them this turn. The golems are resistant to elemental magic, so you're better off using magic arrow. Big dragon! Oh well. This place does not have real spells. Doesn't have real anything. Oh, no, because I wanted you to get the archers. I need to grab these. And those. Can't afford all of them. We will live without some more logs. For the sake of full square fairy squadron. And you know what? We're probably going to try and punch through the orcs there as our movement forwards method. Get rid of any unit that isn't at least fast. You can become this person's tender. Other way around, she gives you the units back. You go blow up the orcs. She picks up the horses. And gives chase. You guard this with your mummies now. What are they coming back to attack with? Enough that we definitely want the dragons. Hopefully that's enough to scare them off. Or we could use you. Actually, yeah, we'll use you. This is probably their last serious stack. 12 spell power is frightening. And then they retreat. What a jerk. They might have a town this way. So kind of want you to go back there. And assume that they can refuel you next turn. Okay, many orcs. Bird beat orc. Fairy beat orc. And we only lose like 4 fairies. Money. Experience. You grab as many dragon as we can. Give to her. Now, I'd prefer to get out of the nasty terrain. Will the 2 Firebird? No. Phoenix's special ability is immunity to elemental type stuff. So, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, Elemental Storm, the whole map AoE one. That is the Phoenix bonus. Not something related to coming back to life, even if Flavor Flea, that would also work quite well. Several Birdie? I might be able to beat Several Birdie. 6? I can beat 6 with 4. Probably. Doesn't help when we blow up our own skeletons. I really want those gone. But I think the birds have to come first. Fireball is somewhat tempting, but so is Lightning Bolt. Two of the dragons, we get a whole bunch of skeletons back. Head back to grab more dragons. Maybe that will be scouting or movement based. Other than that, we're too poor. We may well... yeah, we're probably going to have to run here. At least cost you a lot of your hobbits. That just outright killing a dragon hurts. Nah, we have to run here. You've done your job. Money. Ah! This looks like the puzzle. Maybe? Yeah. Watchtower. Coast. The artifact is somewhere here. Come back to life here, please. Spend the turn getting your mana back. And then hopefully you can play past the parcel to next turn. I don't like them having stuff there. But it doesn't look like they actually have a town in here. So they might be about to die from no town. No, you're going to become their tender, so stay with them. The mountain range in the desert looks like a cat about to pounce. Tail, leg, cat head? Okay. As many dragon as can be afforded. As many flappy as can be afforded. I'd love that gold mine. But I think moving further than about there means you won't be able to be refueled. Do we give you the horsies? I think we give you the horsies and sacrifice them. You need to go get that. I 100% want the gold mine. And then I would like... I'd like you to push up towards the enemy's main zone. You get ready for fighting this guy, who looks like they're in do-or-die mode to me. And you back off enough that they can't get to you in case they try and sprint past. And then maybe next turn you grab that artifact. I want every marketplace, in case we don't have it. Do I want all the shrines? Really using that much skeleton raising. Yep, there we go. Yellow gives up. So now you... I want you to go this way now. Okay, this way is safe. It's guarded by actual stuff. Go grab that wood. You try and grab this. I don't want to pay money for it. Absolutely not. Try and visit the Sphinx. Five is definitely better than 2 birds, but 15... Stupid bloody dragons. 15 unicorns is nothing to sneeze at either. Actually looking like I might have to use the unicorns. Okay. Ouch, but success. Grab the dwarves. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. Stay in guard for a turn, get your mana back. That's very aggressive. The Mage Wars have caused great turmoil. This island has become the central flux of magical power. Be wary all those that enter upon here. Let's save, because we might not know the riddle answer. No, the AI has already solved the mystery of the Sphinx. I should get that first, then double back for that. Few birdies. Extra defensive rainbow. And now we see if you can take this guy. Mystery of the Sphinx was F. Kill that. Disable both their archers. Or not. No, get rid of their halflings. You get rid of the druids. We're just going to accept that the mages are too good. Try and kill everything else instead. Holy! Mirror image. Yeah, nah, we definitely can't take you. We back off instead. Wrong one. That one? That one. Run away! Okay. And you... Do you need to make a run for it? 9 giants? You dragons. The Magi have prevented the creature from... No. No, no. That's almost a Dino Crisis tier. Did not like that at all. Keep lightning bolting the giants. Back up. The Mummy is an amazing movie. It's a terror-bad movie. A so bad it's good type movie. I'm not liking the, yeah, 55 damage on our dragon. We lose our dragons, but kill all their giants, but there's no way we win against that. So... evacuate. Do I buy another hero to speed up this rate of... yes. Reinvigoration? I'm genuinely worried that they won't be able to even hold this location. So we just upgrade everything we can for better towers. I suppose you could go visit all the orc things and gather more orcs, seeing as you're not really doing much else. Chain lightning. Well, 2 can play at the strong spell power game. You hide in the corner. That's terrible. That morale failure was a critical failure there. No. Back off. Not save. Definitely not save. Okay, we're gonna have to retreat her one turn sooner. At least cost them a lot of their gargoyles. Now here, you are less worthwhile saving. No, I wanted to spell. We die before taking another turn. I'm going to be, yeah, good. Very grumpy. That is all. Nowhere near a good trade. Big Zam flees the battle. You grab this, then find out about that. She is not... But she is ready to reinforce these two people. So you... You stay here for a turn because you need your mana back. And the other one is going to become... You are going to become the next wave of this. One bird, because we're poor. Okay. Oh my god, they have teleport. That is horrifying in so many ways. In good news, they might have worn themselves out of mana. Raid, you may have everything of this. Do I want to give you the skellies? Let's assume that they're going to kill the griffins and it's not worth giving you the skellies. They spent more than half their mana, but by no means all. Yeah, there we go. We said that the griffins were probably dying. The pig? Yeah, the pig is the right choice there, I think. But now we're low enough on units that we have to run away again. Bring you back. equip you with these kinds of units this time. Round 2. Now that they're even more out of mana. Yep, totally out of mana. To be clear, I still question our ability to win, but we will be very, very painfully costly. Good. So, almost all of their mages are now gone, and the vast majority of their pigs. That's still probably not enough to stand up to the mages there, or the birds. We may have to go full liquidate our assets mode. No mages. And you're allowed to kill them because I don't want them coming back. They're out of mana, there's no use in getting them back. $25 bird is just so many bird. But now they have nothing except bird. Is it worth either of you? Yeah, you're maybe okay. Nothing else for grabbing that and maybe the gems. And we might cost them 3 birds with this? Maybe? One. 2. Actually, looks like we're going to get up to 4. 3. 4, 5? 5 bird. Yeah. That was lovely. I think that's enough. We can now defend this. Terrible morale. We're going to have abysmal morale, but that's a separate issue. Okay, bring it. I don't think your 20 bird wins here. I think you get shot to death. $12. 10. 9. 7. 'It's not quite. 4-0. They won. Fine, we need to throw one more thing at you. Yeah, Happy New Year's Eve, Nemablob. To you too. You're most welcome, mate. Okay. Cost a couple more bird. Suppose you could be shooting them as well. I don't know that's going to make a difference. No, didn't make a difference. So 3 more birds? 3 more birds. That's probably enough then. So back into the castle with you. You also get a couple of extra skellies and zombies. Done. They try, they lose their really good hero. $13. 12, 11. 10, 9. 8, 7. 6, 5. 4, 3. No! Okay, we need to do one more. I was wrong. The thing is, I don't know that you can handle leaving this again. So what if we try electric instead of... weakening? We could try repeated magical arrow. Yeah, repeated magical arrow is probably even better. We'll even attack them. You lose! Success. Okay, very costly, but success. You get ready for grabbing the dragons. You're grabbing this and then the gems. Yes, you can go grab that. It could be some useful resources. You get rid of the slow units. Money. Get ready for money next month or next week. See if you can defeat that town. Draggies. Flappies. And then we're out of money. So goodbye, gems. I don't know that I feel like we can really push this. Hey, Kanzi. Happy New Year's Eve as well. We're doing okay, except they keep retreating this, this hero with... They've got teleport now, and it's making life painful. Back off, they'll kill you. You go grab those. You to here. You to here. Are there any more obelisks that I missed? Yes, that one. Give. Dragon. This. 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 All the skellies but one. I need the gold mine. Literally just sit on the gold mine. It is. If the enemy gets it, it's painful. If you get it, it's lovely and convenient and you just teleport around the map winning everything. There's only really those cavalry. There's not a lot else to do. Well, start bringing them up. At least they'll move very quickly. Lightning you. Use up his retaliate. So the dragons get a free hit. That's terrible. That's garbage. So little damage. Lightning bolt. Okay, now we're on the same number. Lightning bolt. That's super worrying. No, I'm gonna have to back off. That's a terrible trade. You do better than that? Maybe. So get rid of the skellies, divide our centaurs into 3 or 2. Then I can at least cost them everything except the Titans. They feel too strong? They certainly feel strong. So it was divide the skellies. So that we get one extra distraction shot against not our dragons. Oof. Okay. Birds defeated. And I think we might even win that now, just by being defensive and spell power. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. We also get some skeletons back. We do not win against the next wave. Yeah, what's most important to take out here? Probably the archers. Can I... Okay, I was a bit too greedy with that one. Fair enough. I've got to win that first one again. The heck? This isn't the right map. Yo, 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 yo. That's better. Win the first one again, then run away from the second. That isn't what I wanted, game. I wanted spell, not move there. Grrr. Honestly, keeping you alive is probably more valuable. And now that is more valuable. And then being defensive. Alright. In good news, we can get a shoot through. I don't know that you survived that hit. Yeah. One more. Might even be doing that sooner is the right thing. Shoot through. No. Defensive. Defensive so we can abuse our magic. Okay. And this time we need to run and not be so greedy. That'll do. Trouble is, that's perfectly capable of taking this. Do you have any good things? Not really, so I'll happily sacrifice you to slow down the enemy advance. Give our spell power person a turn to recover. You keep hunting that obelisk. You try and bring the 6 birds up to help here. Goodbye, you did your job. There's no way I attack them. If we're going to win, it's going to be on the defensive. That's still an awful lot of all of those. That's not what I wanted. I thought you were the halflings. My bad. Good. Down to 2. Down to 1. Three 6s is probably the best there. That's kind of bullshit. I told the pig to move here and it didn't listen. Okay, you need to surrender. We will accept that loss. You did absurd amounts of damage to them. This might even be enough that this can win. And then she can exist again from that city and turn around. Disrupting Ray sounds better. Okay. Win. Get her back. Give her bird. Give her everything. I think we kind of have to sit back and maybe just guard this location for a little bit. If you could grab... No, you head back here, actually. Send a separate hero out to grab that if we're going to do anything. I can't let them own that gold mine. Oof. No, because every time you're flying around, the castle is shooting you, right? Every turn that you're spending trying to do that, the castle is shooting you more with the towers. If there were no towers, then yes. But because the towers, you're on a clock. Yeah, that's gonna have to be all. 3 birds needs to be 2 birds. Yeah, don't stress. You're trying to be helpful. It's appreciated. Blind them. Beat opponent bird. Right? The same way that these towers are now slowly pecking away at their, archers. Turn the enemy units into skellies. Now that is a lot of orcs. Is there an orc upgrado thing somewhere that I've missed? There is a giant. I'd rather save it until it's a titan. The giant isn't that useful. Is there an orc upgrado thingy? Not that I see, annoyingly. Still, that's enough to be worth bringing to help defend now. So you know what? You're going to grab that tomorrow, and then you're going to try and work your way around the map. Still can't actually tell where the artifact is. Are there any others that I missed that are in my range? You? You? You. Two, three. Yeah, I'd rather wait for this when they're actually useful. I don't like that I'm essentially admitting that they can have the gold mine, though. Dragon. Flappy. Flappy. Boo. What's the thing? There. Cheat. Use the... You're not meant to be able to move diagonally into the castles, but you can if you use the numpad to move. These. That'll do. What do I need for this? I need slightly more money and slightly more gems. The gems we can do. There. Now that it's Titans, it's actually useful. Still rather you move faster next turn. I'm willing to throw away one of you. Do I think they're in range of this? I'm choosing to bet... no. Liquidate all our other assets. Well, not the sulfur, because the sulfur becomes dragons. And and maybe only like two-thirds of you. That's not enough for an actual Titan. A little more sulfur? There we go. I need that gold mine. It would not hurt for you to grab that. You need to get a standalone numpad. You have a crappy keyboard with no numpad, or maybe a laptop keyboard where they just say, I can't be bothered having a numpad. Yeah. Good, I like that they're letting me own the gold mine. That's fantastic. You have most of a keyboard, but not quite all of a keyboard. You aren't that scary. That many vampires is slightly concerning. Phoenix is the healthiest. Then you. Then Draggy. They feel like they want me to lightning them down. Good. Ooh, that's a good one. Extra magic power. More money. It's a bit sad that she won't be able to move into the castle and get her mana back. But otherwise, that's pretty good. Enemy sprites become skellies. Abusing their teleport man. How strong is Dawn? She's supposedly not even their strongest person. So we might be able to take that. Go learn whatever spells they have, which is apparently nothing. Turn money now and one resource into lots of money in the future. No, that's not that scary. Hobbits almost kill our bird. No, hobbits must not kill bird. We're on bird guard duty now. Can I have a turn? They hypnotize my bird and then it doesn't get a turn. Unhypnotize you. And then they give up. Excellent, that was a fantastic trade. They become a whole lot of skellies. boost luck. Maybe think about moving up to here? Yeah, we'll think about it. You grab all the titans you can, all the mages you can. Skellies, Flappy, Flappy. Are these better than the other ones? 5 of you is probably better than 8 gargoyles. They're just so much healthier. They have like 3 times as much health. Okay. They say bring it. Nah, I'm not putting up with that. Absolutely not. No, not putting up with that. That's bullshit. Easy to fix. Space the dragons 1 further from the Phoenix, and that's no longer a problem. Not getting tricked into killing my own birds. My turn to go first. They have the anti-blindness thing? Oh, you have the anti-blindness thing. Good for you. Goodbye, pig. Goodbye. Do I sacrifice my bird? I think I try and keep my bird alive. Which then, of course, sees it be killed. Bird is more important than dwarf. Skellies beat pig, enemy gives up. Fantastic trade. We only lost the 1 bird, pretty much. Now we're going to try and punch through here and give her all of the ogres, or orcs, sorry. You may have these. Bird. This. Skellies. He admits that he's crappy, grabs this, goes to grab that. You keep trying to get the obelisk. Let's see if we can push into the castle. Got to be careful about my mana. You use the bird's retaliate. You kill the druids. And then the horsey. Good. Final spell. Easy win. More money. I am not scared of that. The only scary thing there is maybe the zombies eventually, but they're too slow. I don't have haste, so... Well, I don't have the mana for haste, so you kill bird instead. Are you going to retreat your... No, I'm surprised I didn't retreat the hero. Now go hide in the castle. Recover our mana. Lee, do I think you can beat a horde of iron golems? No. No, I do not. So... here? Here, you want this one. And there's an Orc Upgrado thing. If only they could get through that. Bird. Fire everything. Okay. Do I go after that? I'm gonna say yes. Blah! Goodbye, Draggy. Save my bird. Very good. Learn whatever they've got here. Which is mostly nothing. Although it is more skellies. So we should do that while we're here. Do I trade the 4 rocks for the 1 bone? In terms of damage, the dragon is better. And I kind of want more vision over here, so even though I think they're going to, like, immediately kill the hero, we basically make a sacrificial gain me vision hero. I want this back, they say, and I'm willing to use my teleports to get it. He's just chain lightning insta-wins. Sure thing. No, kill Dawn first. I want the pig. Okay, that's about right. Weirdly enough, mysticism? 1 square short. That's just cruel. Rearrange so that next turn you move ultra fast. You go work on the vision that we desire over here. That is a lot of Hydra. You can catch up to them. Perfect. Grab everything. Kill. Are also pretty strong, so it's worth respecting you. Fireball is actually... Oh, come on! I clearly targeted this square, which should have done these two. useful for once, or it would have been if I had have used it properly. I think I'd rather you have the dragons. Get this week's money, get this week's dragons. I'm not actually interested in anything else, I don't think. Move down. I was going to say one bird for you, but no, it's going to be one elf. And then that. Can you also get that one that I've not bothered to get? Intercept you. Your many Hydra. Respect them. Kill everything else first. I have god-awful morale. That's going to be a sizable chunk of damage. Honestly, not as much as I thought it would be. No, back off. Can I ever have a turn? There's no way she gets through the dragon, though, so... Extra movement boots. What the hell is that? Sword breaker? It doesn't even do anything. Oh, maybe it doesn't. I just can't right... Okay, you can't right-click in this menu. That's fair. But what does it do? Ah! Up 4 defense, attack by 1. It's a weird lopsided thing. This needs some defenders, not just literally 0. You know what? I think we're done. Everyone converge and kill. Grab your titans. That'll do. Honestly, don't even want the griffins. Still can't see where it is. There is one behind those druids. You can become Skelly Person. Trade away some more resources for raw money. That looks good. Then the question is, do I want the liches more than anything of these? Probably the zombies. Okay. I'd like to know what's up there. And I'd also like you not to escape past me, so no. If it means it takes an extra turn to work our way up to the very corner, so be it. Okay, it's just Mercury. Those liches didn't last very long. Oh well. Stronger magic. No, guard this. Be as speedy as you can. Okay, and then that one. He needs to back up and get the guy that's trying to sneak past. None of that. Titans are the scariest. They give up. Nearly there. We can now see the final castle. Still can't see it. Okay, if we grab everything we can here, can we kill off those druids? Even if it means liquidating every asset. Holy moly, that really was liquidating, and that still didn't get us everything. Okay. And some small number of skeletons. I guess we also do enough to buy you a magic book. There you go. Beat up the druids tomorrow. There's lots of druids. We need some draggies. No escape for you. You're stuck. This, that. There's not enough druids? I'm gonna actually split the dragons into two. I think we're gonna take more than you would suspect here. Two liches. Yeah, two whole liches. Take the magic wood. Now do we know? How come? Because mummies are faster, Thagnus. Bone dragons are only average speed, and mummies are fast. Bone dragon, speed average. Mummy, speed fast. Okay, and win. We'll go full auto. Well, will we go full auto? What magic do you have? You don't have enough magic, so just full auto should be fine. If they had big, powerful magic, I'd have to respect them a bit more and actually fight. Can let the automatic AI do everything. GG! Opera 2024. Also Black Dragon rating. Supposedly that one was harder than the one we just did by a considerable margin. Considering we got one less score even though we took 25 extra days. Oof. Alright. Give me a min. We'll empty and refill my drink. And then I think we'll do our obnoxious navel gazing. So, BRB. Yes, Black Dragon is the best rating. If you cheat to insta-win the map, you will get Black Dragon rating. Now, obnoxious navel gazing, which I suppose we should turn into that category. Okay. Hello and welcome to The Blobber Does 2024 Year in Review, aka Obnoxious Navel Gazing. So, what are we discussing? We are discussing the games that we have played this year. It has to be a game, not just a demo. It has to be something that I've played. It has to be the first time that I played it. It can't be something that I played as a kid. And we're discussing all of the things that meet that in terms of video games for the year. So, in alphabetical order, ActRaiser 2. This does some things very well. It has really nice music, it has nice sprites, it has mostly okay movement. It doesn't let you run, which is a cardinal sin for a platformer. In a platformer, you should be able to run. And it doesn't have a proper save system, at least in its original release. So I'm not sure that I can give it more than, like, about here. It's definitely not strong. It's also got lots of really painful points. The shaking ground that makes you stunned, the boulders jumping in from off the side of the screen, so I can at most give you so-so, I'm afraid. Now, Advance Wars is really lovely. It's got some painful points, the, like, lava kind of levels, where it just spam at the start of every turn. Pew, 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 pew. These random, in air quotes, tiles take damage. But otherwise, really nice. So I'm going to say strong for Advance Wars. Advance Wars 2, Black Hole Rising. Yeah, they basically did the same, but they made it slightly neater. So I'm okay with strong for that. Duel Wars, however, we have new cast. New and annoying cast with main character Jake, who's all, rad kids, I'm gonna use cool hip lingo. They try way too hard. And I also don't really love the combo power stuff. So you get sort of moved down to solid so-so for me. Am I willing to advance you to... Yeah. If you're willing to ignore the annoying hip dialogue, then solid. If you are really extra annoyed by the hip dialogue, I could see it dropping down to so-so. Amazing Island. This looked like it would be a lovely game for kids, a la Mario Party. For me, not so great. Not the kind of kidsy that I like, and it was going to rape my controller, so we moved on from this pretty quickly. I think the best I can give it is like so-so to substandard. And it doesn't really look especially nice for a GameCube game. So I think we're going to drop you into slightly crappy. Asterisk and Obelisk XXL for the GBA. This is extremely impressive graphics for a Game Boy Advance game. Like, really fancy 3D graphics. It looks kind of like Mario 64 has been smushed onto a GBA screen. So it gets points for that. Reasonable music, but even if they're really fancy 3D graphics for a GBA screen, it's still a GBA screen. And it's maybe not the appropriate resolution to be trying to show you a big fancy 3D world. So I'm more inclined to say, like, here. Yeah, I'll go with so-so. It's a bit troubling and painful to play, even if it has some technically extremely fancy and impressive things. The other aspects drag it down towards so-so for me. Baby Felix Halloween. We played this for, unsurprisingly enough, Spooktober. It's a tough game. This is as much as it's got baby in the title, No game for babies. It's got some fantastic music. The first level theme is like, I listen to this first level theme now as just part of my regular music playlists. It is a really, really good chiptune. Um, for a Game Boy Color game, it looks really nice. It plays really smooth. Aside from the difficulty and it being too short, those are, I would say, its two bigger failings. So if you want a really tough game, I'd even say if you love really tough platformers, action platformers, it would even go to strong. But for me, I think its difficulty is a little too. It has like there are bits that are really fairly normal and easy, and then it has a couple of bits that are just huge spikes for difficulty. A couple of the bosses, and I don't quite like that balance enough to warrant shoving it up into strong. Now we have an absolute stinker. Batman and the Art of War. Batman, Rise of Sun Tzu. It's just a crappy brawler. Doesn't do great things in any way. I'm willing to shove you all the way down into shitty. you're just bad. I'm sorry. Unless you especially love Batman, and I don't especially love Batman, I don't think there's a lot of joy to be had from that. Between Horizons. This was a sci-fi point-and-click adventure game that we played with Ms. Morrigan Nightshade as part of Senior Detectives. I'm going to say solid. I'm not quite willing to put it into strong. If you are super, super in love with its like sci-fi and the themes that it's trying to discuss, like law and order versus obedience within a society, I could see you putting it within strong. But it had just a couple of clunky puzzles, and a couple of times that the writing was to undermine that. I do really like the multiple endings aspect, because a lot of point-and-click adventure-y type things are, oh, you've gotten to the end and this is the fixed end. But this has all sorts of different endings depending on whether you're like, whether you succeed or fail, and whether you go with law and order or freedom for all and we can all do whatever we want, hippie land. Solid enough. Solid. Broken Roads. This is essentially Wasteland, or like if you want to think Fallout 1, Fallout 2, but in Australia. With regular-sized Australian spiders and drop bears and mutant roos as your enemies. You'd hardly call it hippie land. But that's the theme, Maury. It's trying to go for, like, law and order versus everyone does whatever they want. I'm exaggerating for dramatic effect, for sure. I can't put it into strong as much as I'd like to, seeing as it's a game set in and featuring really quite good Australian lingo and voice acting and stuff. But it tries to shove... It's a bit odd that for a turn-based tactics game, that so much of the dialogue and world is focused on philosophy, and that it's trying to really shove a lot of fairly high-level philosophy down your throat, which, if you're not interested in, you will just glaze right over. It is nice building up the relationships with all the different characters, that you get different endings versus boss man, depending on which characters you've made like you enough. We had a couple of bugs when we played it, but we played it like exactly at release. And my understanding is they are fixed now. So I'm willing to shove that in solid. Bronchi the Bronchiosaurus. So this is a SNES, Planescape Torment levels of... It really shoves a lot of philosophy down your throat. And the characters talk to you about the philosophy, and you have to go through dialogue trees in response to their philosophy discussions. If you're not interested in that, it's going to be super obnoxious. Bronchi the Bronchiosaur is... I wish I could say it is superb. I love the game. I have nothing but respect for the game. I think the world would be a fantastic place if more people were making games like this. It's a game about a dinosaur who suffers from asthma. and you go through these puzzle. Well, not really puzzle. You go through these action platformy levels, and occasionally you run into a friendly animal, and he'll ask you a question about, like, if I'm suffering from this issue with asthma, what should I do? Should I breathe deeply, sit down, and get an adult to help me, or should I run away from everyone and hide in the corner? Like, it's teaching young kids how to deal with their asthma problem responsibly, how to manage their health issues responsibly, normalizing it for them so they don't feel like they're like, oh, I'm a terrible person because I've got this sickness. It's a reasonable platformer. It's pretty, nice enough music. So I'd love to put it in superb, but it is a bit too kidsy for me. So even if, like, I really do think the world would be a better place if half of game studios made games like this rather than what they did, I can't put it higher than strong. Bug Fables, The Everlasting Sapling. So we played this right at the beginning of the year. This was a Christmas present from channel friend, VIP, artist, Earl von Vummer. It's kind of like Paper Mario, but with bugs. It's got, again, lovely music, lovely graphics, the paper style 2D graphics, a really nice world, really oftentimes quite funny dialogue lines and characters in the world that you're interested in. It does, however, fall down at a couple of points where it says things like, don't go do thing X. And then it explicitly needs you to go do thing X to make progress. That is terrible signaling. Terrible signaling. So as much as, like, various other aspects, I want to put it into strong, I can only give it solid for the things that it annoyed me with. It annoyed me really strongly. Even if the rest of it, like, I quite loved. So you just get solid. And yeah, it's had an update recently, so it could be worth revisiting if you grabbed it but never looked at it until now. Chibi Robo. Chibi Robo is like, kind of like Pikmin, in that you are running around doing lots of little gathery, collecty type things, except you're a tiny robot. You're basically a Roomba, kind of, for a family a typical family, and you're trying to just go around, clean things up, make their world a better place, find their lost stuff. It is cute and charming. It's simple. So I'd like to put it, like, here. The trouble is it also has signaling issues, where there's one part of the story where, for no obvious reason, you have to go outside and draw magical symbols on the ground to summon aliens that have not been part of the story, like, until then. So down to, you're an okay game, but you're not super special. Citadellum. Citadellum is really wishing that it was Caesar 3. I love Caesar 3, so I wish I could, like, put it up here. But there's not enough content, and it's not original enough to warrant anything more than so-so. The campaign isn't especially long. There weren't all sorts of extra maps to do other than that. It's fairly standard in terms of being a city builder. So, as much as I wish you were amazing, you're getting ranked at so-so. Still enjoyable enough. If you want another Caesar 3-ish city builder game, because there aren't enough good city builders, sure, check it out. It's decent enough. Copycat. This is an Australian-made game, which is part of why I wanted to check it out. You're a cat. A person visits the pound, the animal shelter, and rescues you, your stray, from the animal shelter. You find out that they used to have a different cat that looked just like you. It's an old person. They start having health issues. The other cat shows back up and steals your place with your new family. And then you are sort of kicked out of home and have to wander around and work out, well, am I a stray again, etc. It's nice for exploring the world as a cat, and it is telling a nice heart-feel story. It does good feels. It does a good job of triggering your feels. But in terms of the interactivity, it's kind of just a series of little mini games and a little bit of platformy-ishness. So as much as I'd like to put it like here, it's also kind of just so-so. It would go up to solid if you really want strong emotional experience games. And if you knew going in and you weren't expecting anything other than mostly strong emotional experience storytelling whilst you RP as cat, then it could go here. But I was kind of expecting a bit more other gameplay, and so it was down to copycat. Speaking of strong emotion experience, I'm sure you'll get to it. Spiritfarer's down at S, we'll get there. The Crimson Diamond. This, much like Bronchi, is something that I love the idea of. This is one dev who has, all by themselves, tried to make a classic point-and-click text parser game. So you see a world and you type in, like, go west, pick up bucket, use bucket on sink, etc. And in terms of doing that, they've done a really, really good job of that. It has got some pain points. If you don't know what word they want for something, like if they want the word armoire instead of cupboard in a couple of points, it trips you up. And there were a couple of points where, like, you want an item, but it won't let you grab an item that's basically the same, that you'd think could serve the same use. And during the dramatic crescendo scene is a bit clunky as well. But otherwise, it's really, really good. So, solid strong, I'm going to go with. If you want old point-and-click adventures, but a modern one that you wouldn't have seen before all those years ago, this is great. Cubivore, Survival of the Fittest. Is this an extremely interesting game? At a concept level, yes. Is it a good game? A bit less so. You are a little foldy paper cube. Kind of. You are a series of squares that assemble together into an animal shape. As you attack and eat other animals, you absorb their squares and get longer, and depending on the color combinations of the squares, you form different animals. So you might form like horse-like animal, or tiger-like animal, or kangaroo-like animal, depending on the color combinations that you combine. It is, however, for a GameCube game, really bad graphics. Now, there's a reason for that, because it was originally going to be a 64 game, and then they took too long developing it. The 64 stopped existing. The GameCube started existing, and they said, well, shit, I guess we'll port it to the new console. But they didn't fancify the graphics to match. So, for, like, idea and uniqueness, superb. For kind of slightly clunky controls and not explaining fully how to successfully finish the game, it gets kind of like a substandard, and so it kind of just falls into so-so. Very interesting, very unique. If you want unique and interesting experiences, great. I can't remember another other game that's super duper like that. But it is a little bit clunky to move around and move the camera, and you are going to need a walkthrough if you want to get the good ending the first time you play. Dark Cloud, also known as, my god, we wish the MC was Link. Right? Look at him. He wishes he was Link. He's trying to be Link. Green hat, elf ears, etc. He super duper wishes he was Link. It is part city builder, part dungeon crawler-ish, Dark Souls-ish game. So you are legally not Link, and you have to delve into these dungeons to collect plans, blueprints essentially, blueprints that let you come back out into the real world and expand the city. So you get like a blueprint for your friend's house, and you can build your friend back their house so that they're no longer been turned into a dungeon dooflicky. Is that... I don't remember anything else like it at the time. It's unique, aside from that it's clearly trying to make its main character Link. It is, however, a bit painful to play in that to get your health back, like the health and stamina and durability systems are for weapons are painful to play with. So, again, it's another, like, it has some good and interesting and unique ideas, but it executes them slightly not well. So, I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's especially good either. It can be another so-so. Darkened Sky. Oh my, the Skittles sellout game. This game revolves around Skittles. You collect Skittles and you combine Skittles in different combinations of colors to cast different magic spells. You are the hero of destiny who must assemble the force of the rainbow to defeat the evil big enemy. It is terror bad. It is quite painful to play. It has not the best graphics. It does have fairly reasonable music and fairly good voice lines at times. It has, at times, however, fantastic writing and humor. Right? This game knows that it is a Skittle sellout game, and they poke fun at themselves in the cutscenes and in the dialogue lines about that. So I can super recommend, like, watching a collection of all the video cutscenes in a row. On no account should anyone play this game. But it's something that you could very well watch with great amusement. It has some really good humor and some really good dialogue lines at times. It doesn't take itself too seriously, whilst simultaneously being a Skittles sellout game. So, I'd kind of want another ranking below this that's like so bad that it's good, but it isn't actually good to play. It's just, it's good to watch and to appreciate the bits of it that are good. So you're solidly bad, but you're bad and interesting, and I do think people should check that out. Not to play, though. Not to play. Okay. Death Road to Canada. The controls are really silly as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't explain things very well at all. It has lots of silly mechanics, like you can't see through doorways. I really do not like this. I don't think that it's like... I don't think it's ultra super bad, but I don't think that some of those controls and some of those choices even deserve putting it up into so-so. I think that it's a substandard game. In terms of how much I like it, I'd even put it lower down. But part of those are just, there are mechanics in it that I really actively don't like, and the controls being kind of bad. Dungeon Crawler. This is a roguelite game. a nice casual roguelite game in which you essentially build a deck. It's kind of like a deck builder, except that rather than drawing and playing cards, you're doing skill tester machine to pick up goodies from a skill tester. Your cards get physical representations of themselves as items inside the skill tester, and then you grapple them up, and depending on which ones you grappled up, if you grapple up sword, you do an attack. If you grapple up shield, you get extra defense. If you grapple up health pack, you get some health back. The downsides of this are that it has a very limited audio library. It only has like 2 or 3 tracks of audio. And depending on whether you or not you like the art style, some of the animations of the art, I think the art is solid enough, but some of the animations of the art are a bit dodgy. That said, it's quite cheap. I think it's really addictive and enjoyable. It's got a good difficulty curve selection. You can dial the difficulty down and you can dial the difficulty all the way up. It has an infinite mode. I think this is a strong game. The downsides would be the audio library limitation, which, just turn game music down, turn your own music up, life's fine, and those couple of crappy animations. Hey, Shabiggest. Welcome, g'day. Next, El Dorado, the Golden City. I only played this because I honestly thought it was a slightly different... a different game. There are 2 Aztec city builder games that were coming out and in development. One of them looks really good. One of them kind of looks like it's Frostpunk, but you sacrifice your people to fight off the encroaching evil darkness fog stuff, and it looks really good. And I thought that it was that one, and it isn't. Instead, it's the kind of shitty bad city builder. Yeah. Not the... Ugh. The campaign was not enjoyable, the bits of it that we played. You've got to spam out temples and stuff. It's... Unless you really love the Aztec theme, I can't imagine you having a great time with it. Down in the garbage pile for you. Eternal Darkness. Were you Pizza's thing, or is Pizza's thing the other thing? No, this is Pizza's thing. I'm sorry, I don't like you, game, and I think you're bad. I'm not the best person to try and get horror things in. I don't tend to like horror as a theme. I don't mind shitty monster movie. I can get behind shitty monster movie. But mostly other than that, not so much. So the theme is not great for me. The puzzles did not seem particularly well indicated. It has big Dino Crisis energy, which wants me to drag it down towards here, in that it has infinite enemies while you only have finite ammo. It has that Dino Crisis level problem. That said, it does do a job of having a more interesting story than Dino Crisis, or at least the bits of Dino Crisis that we've experienced. I'm somewhat interested in Sealed Ancient Evil across time from Roman times to modern. But aside from that, I don't think there's much that I can say I liked about it. So, womp womp, Eternal Darkness. Fire Emblem, Sacred Stones. This was one of the earlier ones. We went through, I historically have played, as a kid I played Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn, and a couple of the DS ones. I never played as a kid the GBA ones, and so we went back and we played a number of the GBA ones this year. And what is the order on them? I think that's the newest of the GBA ones from memory. Want to make sure I'm not talking out my backside. Yeah, it was the newest. I think it was solid to strong. I like the turn-based tactic games. The stories may be at times a bit like, oh no, the bad guy's holding a dagger to an orphan. Give them the stone that will let them blow up the whole world, or else he'll kill the orphan. That aspect, sometimes the story's got those glaring, shitty, crappy weaknesses, but you kind of glaze over that for the overall story and to get to enjoy the turn-based tactics and building up your team aspects of the game. Really lovely music, quite nice sprites, and like scenes for the GBA. And that's true of like all three of the Fire Emblems. The only thing I would say is that the earliest one that we did, Binding Blade, whereas they'd kind of smoothed things out and learnt how to do a better job of some of the UI stuff in Blazing and Sacred Stones, the earliest one, Blinding Blade, it's a bit clunkier, so it can be demoted. While the other two are strong, you're demoted to a mere solid. Alright, and so we arrive at the first of our Final Fantasy Friday entries. Final Fantasy 1. Nice music. Big world. Fairly interesting world. Lots of grinding. So much grinding. Oh, good lord. And only kind of middlingly okay-ish at times direction on where you should go and what you should do. If you aren't keeping notes about like what you're supposed to be doing, you will get lost and just wander around the whole world for hours and hours at a time. I can't give you more than so-so, I'm sorry. There was just too much grinding. And then we come to the next Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 2. The true Final Fantasy 2. Not American Final Fantasy 2. 2 was, if anything, in many ways worse than 1. The level up system is painful. The way the level up system works is if you use sword in fight, at the end of the fight, you get a chance to get better at sword. Only a chance, and it's not even a big chance. The trouble is, when you get better at sword, you also get shittier at magic. Right? So you will win fight using sword, you'll get strength stat up, intelligence stat down, magic stats down. It feels so bad to get a level up where you then get stat downs as a player. That is just not something that you do in the modern day anymore. You do not give your player stat downs for level ups. And it makes the grinding kind of obnoxious, because the way you get more health is by taking lots of damage in a fight. So you intentionally do badly in a fight so that you lose enough health so that you get to roll at the end of the fight the chance to get more health. It also is obnoxious with its new job system for shoving those new jobs down your throat. It has a, here is the new job, and then immediately after that you'll essentially fight a boss who says, if you aren't using a team of basically only this new job, go get stuffed. And it does that repeatedly. I find that super obnoxious myself. So I wish I could grant you even substandard based on that. The one thing that it does do nicely and well for itself is it has an interesting dialogue system. You don't just walk up to someone and only have, this is the one thing that I say. Instead, for a number of the characters, you can walk up and talk to them about certain things. So like, here is the first dooflicky that we need to go get. Walk up and talk to person about the first dooflicky. And then later on, as the story progresses and you're moving on to topic 2, then you can ask them about the second dooflicky. That one mechanic was a good mechanic. They didn't use it enough, and the sad thing is they then immediately abandoned that mechanic when they moved to Final Fantasy III. So I'm torn between like here and here. I'm actually going to drop it down to here. I can't, on the basis of just the one mechanic that gets underused that I like, justify pushing you up into even substandard. Okay. Next. Final Fantasy III. It goes back to having a more normal level up system at least. It has that going for it, but it still does the annoying jobby stuff. So no, I'm sorry. I can't give you better than substandard. At least with 1, it's like a new thing. It gets some forgiveness points for that, but no. By this stage, you should have worked out how to make your game appropriately level grinded and difficulty curved. Final Fantasy IV. And here we actually take a huge positive step for the series. Part of that is moving to the new console. So, whereas the first 3 games were on NES, this is the first SNES title. And it instantly benefits from the extra graphics, the extra music, the extra size that it can have on the ROM. It isn't as obnoxious with the like classy stuff. Instead, it has a level up system where you learn spells as you level up, a bit like Pokemon moves. So, you know, Sword Fighter has reached level 16. He learns basic heal spell. Whereas in the earlier ones, oftentimes to get spells, you would have to backtrack through the whole world to find the one magic shop that sells it. And that would often be very, very, very painful. No, this gets pushed up into solid. For me. It does still have some issues. There are points in the game where it undermines its own dramatic story by having people like jump on a grenade to save you, and then they get to come back to life later. Then there's no point in them jumping on the grenade. It undermines their dramatic sacrifice to have them come back to life. And some cases of it doesn't indicate what you're supposed to be doing. Now, part of that are translation issues. It has a pretty crappy original translation. The more modern translations probably do a more solid job of that. But that's not what I'm playing. I'm playing the original. And so I can't knowingly give you a better rank than solid, I'm sorry. Fossil Fighter. It's kind of like Pokemon, but you're fighting dinosaurs. You're collecting a team of dinosaurs that you use to fight other people's team of dinosaurs. It's very kidsy. It's a bit too simple for an adult. I don't think it's technically bad. So I definitely can't put it down, but it's too easy for an adult. If you are trying to play this for anything more than a like chill time, rawr, cool, fight my dinosaur aspect, you're barking up the wrong tree. It does have sometimes some funny dialogue lines to its credit, even for a kid's game. Ghostbusters. The video game for the GameCube. The only good thing about this game is it uses the Ghostbusters theme music, right? You know, Ghostbusters, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. That is the only good thing about this game. Terrible Wii motion control, painful story, painful gameplay. No. I'm even tempted to... Do we get our first Dino Crisis level game? Yes. You know what? You are that bad. The motion controls, the boss that you have to work as a team with your AI controlled teammates that all just lemming themselves, and unless they're all alive, they can't help you beat the boss because you need to do a team combo attack. No, you are Dino Crisis level bad. Okay. Gabriel Knight, The Beast Within. This has an extremely impressive amount of FMV. It has dramatic, if two-dimensional characters. Yeah, sometimes the characters are a bit too caricatured for me, but if you like that kind of campy, overacty, over drama stuff, then you'd rate that really strongly. It didn't have any technical issues. It has nice enough music, lovely world, interesting lore. The downsides are in a couple of places it does not tell you. There are some moon logic solutions to a number of the puzzles. There are times where they don't indicate what to do well. And there are some times where you absolutely need to pixel scrub because we've hidden a black item on a black background that you must find this black item hidden on a black background in order to make progress. So, as much as I'd like to put it up here, I don't think I can give you more than a solid. Especially if you're playing it these days. Like, it's a bit painful to play these days. Goblin Commander. Unleash the Horde. Think of it like a mix between Dota and like an RTS, in that you kind of have lane-ish kind of things that you're directing your little goblin monstery things to run down and attack each other in a sort of vaguely auto-battlerish way, whilst you yourself are managing your base where you produce the units to go down the various corridors and auto-fight each other. Unless you love goblins, it controls poorly. The story is not amazing. The controls are, as you would expect for an RTS on the GameCube, clunky and terrible. It has terrible pathing at times. Yeah, the only, redeeming features are you can be giant stompy thing and walk around crushing stuff. That's about its only redeeming feature. And maybe if you liked and enjoyed the kind of cliched low fantasy goblin-y story and setting, but I did not find that particularly enjoyable. Gotcha Force is a sort of brawling fighting game where you are a little kid who owns little mecha robot, and you fight other little kids' little mecha robots. There's some sort of storyline thing happening that I've already forgotten because it was so unmemorable and uninteresting. Yeah. Very little kids game. I don't think it's all that technically poor. Like, it doesn't have the worst controls. It doesn't have horrible graphics. It doesn't have terrible music or like the way that you move around the robot and actually fight with them is kind of cool and fun to look at, but it's just it's too little kidsy, too simple for adult. So I've got to give it a substandard. If I was like a 6-year-old kid and I wanted to fight robots, then sure, it would be all the way up here, but can't quite bring myself to say I super enjoyed it as an adult. Gremlins Gizmo. So, Ninjin, channel fan, respected friend even, Ninjin, said, "Does no one have the courage to play Gremlins?" And I alone answered his call. by playing Gremlins Gizmo. He meant a different Gremlins game, but he didn't specify well enough what he wanted, so I technically met what he wanted whilst not actually doing it at all. This is a collection of kind of Mario Party-ish little mini-games, where you are slowly but surely de-gremlinifying a house room by room, and each room is full of like 6 or 7 mini-games that you play with the Wiimote. The mini-games are okay-ish at best, and terrible at worst. It is a good mix of mini-games. It's not like every single one is just like tennis. There's tennis, there's driving, there's darts, there's archery. There's all sorts of different things. So in terms of a good mix of games, it gets points. But the controls are kind of bad. There's nowhere near enough game content. Aside from being like, play little crappy mini-games with friends with the Wiimote, it has almost no value. It's just kind of shitty. Gris. Gris is a platformer, a story platformer, and it is one of those cases where you can honestly like put forward as video games as art. It has absolutely gorgeous visuals, fantastic audio. It tells a good heart-feel story. Some of the puzzles are maybe slightly clunky-ish, but it is a really strong game. As long as you know going in that it is a not like action platformer, that it is puzzle-y platformery, and that it's mostly platformery in terms of walking through a story, you will really like that. I was very impressed by it. It's so gorgeous. From something that was amazingly gorgeous to one of the most hideous and terrible visual games for its platform that we've ever seen, Gummy Bear's Magical Medallion for the Wii. This is a puzzle platformer. You run along as a gummy bear. You try to get to the end of the level by mostly going to the right, a la Mario. And there are enemies to jump on top of. There are little things to collect to open keyway doors and so forth. To reassemble the power of the gummy bears and save everyone else from all the other nasty sweets. If I was a tiny little kid, I could maybe push it up into substandard. But as an adult, about the only thing that it has going for it being okay-ish is that the campaign isn't ultra short. It's still fairly short, but it's not ultra short. It's a pretty shitty game. As you might expect for essentially Gummy Bear sellout game, much like Skittle sellout game Darkened Sky was. From terrible game, we come to one of the really quite nice ones that we've played. Henry Hatsworth. So Henry Hatsworth is an action platformer, but also a match 3 game. Now, normally, you say match 3 game and I would be down here in Dino Crisis land. The Blobber played enough match 3 by the time he was like 6 or 7, with like Bubble Bobble and things like that. Yoshi Cookie. But it does an extremely good job of merging those two gameplay mechanics. So as you action platform around and you kill enemies, it charges up your I get to spend time doing match 3 puzzle-o bar. And then when you go into pause action platformer mode, go do match 3 section, when you do the match 3 stuff, well, it gives you power-ups to use to do the platforming more. You get stronger attacks. You get extra health back. You get enemies stay still temporarily sort of stuff. So it does a good job of carroting the why would you do the match 3, and it also does a fairly reasonable job of sticking it as well, in that if you try to ignore the match 3 game and only do the action platforming, eventually it sort of Tetris style raises up, like the match 3 stuff builds up from the bottom of the screen, and if you ignore it so far that it reaches the top, then extra enemies start spawning, and it makes your life really a living hell. So I think it does a good job of its art. It does a fantastic job of its styling. What-ho! Like, ultra-British man with his teacup collecting his fantastic suit of Britishness. And all of those aspects are great. The action platforming is good. The match 3 is but it does a fantastic job of integrating that with the action platformingness. The end boss is really a little bit too tough, I think. Or at least it doesn't quite control specifically well enough with the touchscreeny aspect for fighting the final boss to quite play all the way through terribly well. And it also loses a little... It depends on how you want to think about this. It can lose some points for grindiness in that you can grind up additional bonuses by replaying old levels to earn money to then spend to buy those bonuses, so like extra health, extra damage sort of things. But that could also be claimed to be part of its like replay value to try and collect everything. I don't think that trying to do that kind of grindy collect money in a action platformer is the right kind of thing. You kind of want more like replay the levels to find secret areas to get little secret items in those secret areas kind of replayability from a game like that. That said, its style carries it well enough to make up for those couple of little failures. I think it's a strong, solid game. I could happily recommend that people play this if you enjoy action platformers and you want something that's like very different, not just another action platformer, but has some very unique aspects. Yes, Henry Hatsworth, absolutely. Inspector Waffles, early days. Now, I loved Inspector Waffles 1. We played that on channel. It is a old pixel art point-and-click adventure in which you are a cat detective solving crimes with your buddy cop doggo. This is very, very different. Even though it's using the same characters and set in the same world, this is a Game Boy Color point-and-click kind of adventure game. The creator has even gone to the trouble of you could buy physical carts of this. Like, it comes in a little Game Boy game box. You open it up, it has a manual, it has the Game Boy game. You can put it in your literal Game Boy and play it. So for those sorts of aspects, and for being, like, they had an art style that they wanted to do. They wanted to do Game Boy Color, and they did a really good job of that. So for those sorts of things, it gets superb. There are a couple of times where it doesn't quite indicate well enough what to do, and it loses some points. Or like, you'd think that one of the talking points or items you have to use would be able to be used to solve problem, and it doesn't kind of let you do that. And it is also not the longest game. One of the downsides of making it fit on a Game Boy Color cartridge is that it's not an ultra long game, but as long as you understand that moving in, it is exceedingly unique. I can't think of any other Game Boy Color game that is even slightly like a point-and-click adventure. So, absolutely up the top for strong for Inspector... No, come on, after Henry Hatsworth. After Henry Hatsworth. Inspector Waffles, early days. I'm intrigued to see more of this this setting and this from this creator still. I absolutely look forward to more of their stuff. Jet Force Gemini for the N64. You were painful, so I want to put you down here. But I think judging it fairly in terms of for its time, it's so-so. It's not ultra terrible, but it's not good. It's painful to try and aim and point at things. There are times where it doesn't tell you what it wants you to do well and hides the things that it wants you to collect in painful ways and places instead of just being sensible. It's got a nice enough setting, and I genuinely myself want to know what happens to more of the story, but not enough to put up with playing the game. If someone else would play it and I could watch them, great. I'm not going to put up with playing it myself to find out. Maybe even drop you down to substandard. I can't suggest people actually play this. Just Barely. Just Barely is a game made by Aussie like uni student for part of their final year uni student kind of stuff. It has a fantastic price point. It's free. You can grab it now from Steam. Cannot argue with that price. It is quite short. It loses some points for not always telling you what the controls are, but that is thematically what it's going for. This is a game about feeling awkward. The game wants to investigate and raise in its player feeling awkward. So it might be the minigame where you're sitting on the tram and you're avoiding having direct eye contact with the other people on the train. Or it might be you've walked up to someone and they've said something and you've just brain farted and said completely the incorrect response. You can't argue with the price. Exactly, Dutchy. I promise you will have an interesting time or double your money back, Dutchy. I personally promise you that. Yeah, I'd say this is strong. It knows what it wants to do. I think it does a fantastic job of it, making you feel awkward. It's got some laugh out loud times. The downsides are it's a bit short, but you can't complain about that when the game's free, right? I don't think that's really a terribly fair thing, and it doesn't outstay its welcome for any of the individual games unless you're trying to do multiple playthroughs, I don't think. So I can thoroughly suggest absolutely everyone goes and checks it out. It's free, available on Steam. Grab it, have a laugh, feel awkward. Kirby Air Ride. So this was dictated by Shadow. It's kind of like a Mario Kart-ish game, except that you're Kirby and you're riding around on your little warp star. Pros, it super triggers my Smash Bros. Melee nostalgia because all the menus and stuff are exactly the same. Cons, it's super simple. Sometimes it has really awkward camera angling. Like it chooses to do a view the whole map from the top instead of following you as an individual character. Pros, it has lots of game modes. It does have lots of it doesn't have a very small roster of different vehicles. So there's like the different vehicles you can play in, the different carts, even though they're like star things, actually play fairly differently. And the game modes are quite different. There's like a race mode, there's second kind of race mode, there's battle mode, there's other kind of battle mode. There's enough different things going on that it's solid. It is, however, a little bit more of a little kidsy kart rider than say like a Mario Kart. Leysara, Summit Kingdom, also known as Yak City Builder. I had a good time with this. It is a little simple, and like once you come up with a design that works, you just copy and paste that design out repeatedly. But I think it has really gorgeous graphics. One of the prettier city builders, like compared to, say, Citadelum that we played, or that terrible Aztec Eldorado one. Like, it's easily got the best graphics of the city builders that we've been playing. It has good theming, building society on Tibetan shelves on a mountain, and integrating that with its, like, normally I really hate in city builders disasters. Things like there's a tsunami or there's an earthquake or Godzilla turns up and smushes half your city. In this, there are periodic snowfalls, there are periodic avalanches, and you can see where they're probabilistically going to occur, and you can build protection-y stuff to protect against it. I think that is the best, like one of the best implementations of a disaster-ish system in a city builder that I've ever seen. The campaign it's reasonably long, and it keeps getting added to. This is something that is in early access and they're still developing and adding to. But I'm happy to say this is a solid game. You want a city builder, especially if you want a yak-themed, a cow-themed city builder? Superb. They do a good job in a lot of the story campaign levels of, like, having amusing dialogue between the different advisors as they say, like, one wants you to go do this thing and the other wants you to go do the other thing. It's mooperb. It's mooperb. But yeah, it's a little too, once you work out a nice design, you basically just print that down repeatedly. Maybe it gets some more different modi things later and it would get pumped up to strong. But for now, based on the amount of content, I'm only willing to put it at solid. The Legend of Grimrock. This was dictated by Death's Head, and in theory, I should like this. It is an old-style, party blob-based dungeon crawler. The trouble is, it's a lot more puzzly than the dungeon crawlers I'm used to, and those puzzles are often very silly. It also seems to not really have great balancing for the enemy monsters. And when you lose, it kind of just sets you all the way back to the start. Like, it feels like you can choose a starting party that is destined to failure, that just literally could not win, on the basis of you run out of food in the dungeon before you escape and you die, before you would get good enough with that bad party composition to be able to get past all the monsters. So, I don't think it's ultra bad, but it's kind of slightly bad. If it was something you had nostalgia for, I could see in the same way that I love Might and Magic 7, it being super up here, but I don't. So, yeah. Between that and the balance things and the kind of painful puzzles, it gets knocked down to substandard. Locomotive. Locomotive was a pixel art-based point-and-click adventure set on a train in an ambiguous European locale. So in the totally not the Orient Express, there's been a murder, and you take on the parts of a series of 3 characters to try and solve that murder. It has nice graphics. It has funny dialogue a lot of the time. Its issues, for a point-and-click adventure game, it has relatively few Moon Logic-y answers. It does have a couple of times where getting things to trigger is a bit silly. Legally not Monkey Island. Legally not Orient Express, definitely. So it's kind of part way between these two. If you love point-and-clicks, it would be here. If you think point-and-clicks are a bit then at least this does some interesting things with the multiple characters of it, that it would still be here. I do like point-and-clicks, so it gets to go up here for me. If it would please let me shove it behind just barely. Which it doesn't want to do. Oh well, you can... there we go. Lone Star. Lone Star is a math puzzle, and it is therefore extremely good. Think of it as, it's kind of a bit like FTL in that you have a series of fights in a row that you fight, and you're building up to fight the enemy mothership. To do that, though, you are using a combination of building your spaceship and a deck manipulation thing. Your deck has two aspects. It has color. Every card has color, and every card has strength. And you can only use certain color and strength cards in certain weapons to trigger them, as well as to trigger special effects in those weapons or special ability utility things. Things like generate shield or dodge or stuff. G'day, Finboy. Welcome. I think that it's really quite good. It has a lot of replayability in terms of there are a large number of different starting characters, and those characters provide different different bonuses in terms of how they play. It isn't just like plus 5% shield or plus 5% damage, whereas someone else has plus 5% evade. The different characters in this play very, very differently. There could be a larger variety of different ships, I would say, but that is something they are still working on. This is something that's still in EAA, and they do periodically release more content for this. Like, I think last week I saw they released another new pilot. So I'm happy to put this at, like, it's definitely somewhere between these two. It's not so-so. It's at least a good game. How good will depend on how much you enjoy roguelites and how much you enjoy doing the, like, math puzzle aspect of how do I optimize my using my cards to get the biggest number of damage out against the enemy. I really like it. I don't think there's too much to say against it. Maybe that it's a little bit like easy effort content at times in terms of being like, cheesy doggo character has cheesy doggo ability, but you could equally so argue that it's flavorful in that sense. We come to Lost Kingdoms, which is a Squaresoft game. Squaresoft? Squaresoft the right thing? I think it's Squaresoft. Rogs? Squaresoft? The Dark Souls Company. Except it isn't Dark Souls. You are running around as Princess Lady, essentially, trying to unevilify the world that's been evilified by using your Yu-Gi-Oh card deck. You can build a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. You can summon those monsters to fight fights in the real world against ghosts and dragons and things in the real world. It's very unique. I don't remember playing anything else that's quite like that. But is it good? Not quite so much with the good. Not quite so much. I enjoyed some aspects of the deck building. I didn't super enjoy the story. It felt a bit generic-y. I especially didn't love the characters per se. I can't even remember the characters aside from Princess-ish Girl. Yeah. It controls well enough. It does a good enough job. Like, it does the things it's doing, it doesn't do a poor job of any of them. It's just that playing a dungeon crawler / Dark Souls via Yu-Gi-Oh card deck building is maybe not what people want. And the same for the second one. The same for number 2. Lost Kingdom 2, oh look, we lost the kingdom again. Continuing the theme of Lost, we have Lost Magic, which is it's an action... it's kind of action RPG for the DS. You are little boyo, and it turns out that your dad was one of the saviors of the world type people, and you have to follow in his footsteps to help save the world. A little bit too generic of a story. I did like some of the characters. Some of the dialogue stuff was a bit and it is definitely a bit more little kidsy. Like I'd say that once you're beyond like 13, 14, the story is maybe a bit too simple and not adult enough anymore. It didn't need lots of grinding, to its credit. It did need some, but not a lot. And it is fun gathering up all your monsters. Like, it isn't just an RPG for you. It's an RPG in which you are doing a little bit of a Pokemon-ish kind of thing where you collect and use monsters to fight, to assist you as you fight as well. Those aspects are good, and they do more than make up for the, like, a little bit too kidsy, a little bit too clichédness aspects of it. The Lord of the Rings Volume 1 for the SNES, as was dictated by the real Decoy. There's a reason they didn't make a Volume 2, even though they called it Volume 1. And it's not because it's an amazing game. There are some really good things about this, that you can play it for a NES game. It's one of the few NES or SNES games that you can play more than two-person multiplayer. If you had the little expansion-y things that let you plug in multiple controllers, extra controllers, you could play up to like 4 or 8 persons party sort of thing. Perfection doesn't need a sequel, says Dutchy. And, like, it does an okay-ish job of representing Lord of the Rings, and it has nice enough graphics and nice enough music. But in terms of needing you to, like, go find random crap in random cave without any real indication of it's there, it's quite painful at a number of times. It is pretty enough and has sort of good enough story-ish happening that I'm not willing to chuck it down here for those pain points, but neither do I think it's particularly good. Beyond that, it can be played multiplayer, which was of no relevance to me because I wasn't playing it, but that definitely good. The rest of it, meh to kind of painful. If you love Lord of the Rings and you wanted to see it because it's a Lord of the Rings you haven't seen, then yeah, that helps pull it up a bit more. Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, the most recent of the Zelda games. It's good. It's an excellent current kiddo. Like, if I had a 8-year-old kid, it would be fantastic kiddo's first Zelda game. As an adult, it's a bit too simple and a bit too easy at times. You can, like, carry around a bajillion potions, essentially, to full heal continually. They're not actually potions, they're like slushies or bubble teas or something, I forget. It is kind of fun doing the environmentally puzzles, the like little physics puzzles that it's got, but most of them are a bit too easy. It does have gorgeous graphics, solid enough storyline for revisiting locations and bosses from the series that you'd want to see. It gets credit for being, you actually get to be Zelda. It's the genuine first Legend of Zelda game instead of Legend of Link, because you get to be Zelda. But yeah, as an adult, it's a bit too simple, a bit too easy. Maybe those are good points for you if you want more of a chill-out game. For me, I found it a little bit not so. So I'm going to go with solid. Lovely world, lovely graphics. It plays smoothly and mostly well enough. It directs you well. It's just some of the puzzles are not offensively easy, but too easy. We come to a not as good Zelda game, Wind Waker. It does have, now, credit where credit's due, it does have fantastic audio, And compared to so many GameCube games, its art style has aged. Mwah. The cell-shaded art style, which at the time got a lot of shit because... basically because when the GameCube was being previewed, they showed like, here's a fancy look at the graphics we can do fight between a Ganondorf and Link in a certain style, in a more realistic 3D style. And then the first Zelda game we got was this, which looked nothing like that demo, and a lot of people were up in arms with like, this is shit, why did you show us that if you had no intention of making it? But whereas that other game, the graphics would have aged like, this game's graphics still look really, really solid. It is really pretty still. Unfortunately, in terms of gameplay, probably like half of your time is spent pointlessly sailing boringly between islands. And that is painful. It has a number of times where it doesn't tutorialize or introduce mechanics quite properly, and in part you could say, okay, this is maybe still on the borderline of when you could be expected to read a manual or a little flip card that quickly describes what all your buttons do. Maybe. It's on the edge of that. The GameCube is where that stops being a valid excuse. It also, in order to complete the main story, needs you to find some things that are just absolutely someone playing for the first time without looking something up is not going to find. Now, maybe that's good when you were first playing as a little kid, because it means you have dozens and dozens of hours of content before you manage to finish the game for the first time. But I don't think that makes for a well-designed game. You can have a nice full big world with optional stuff that isn't make player find obnoxious thing that they're never going to know about unless they play 40 hours. So between there's far too much doing nothing sailing and the sometimes pain points, I'm going to drop that down to substandard. It's really unforgivable the way that it had those pain points for getting to the end of the game at times. Memoriopolis. I was interested in this because it's a city builder, but it's a city builder where you're like building your city across distinct phases. So you deal with, here's your city in really, really super old times, then here's your city 500 years later sort of thing, and then here's your, well, not 500, here's your city 100 years later, do some more building of it, and again and again. The trouble is, the controls are a little bit clunky. The expiring resources, I get why they're there. They're there to push you to expand more. I didn't love some aspects of the way that you build buildings and then those buildings unlock more buildings in the future ages, and you can only build certain combinations. Like, you're never going to build all of the buildings that are available within one age, and then based on the ones that you built in that age, you'll be able to build different combinations in the next one. It is fairly fun trying to plan out and route a map of, I want to do these combination of things to have this thematic city. So like, you might want to build a super trading city, and you try and get as many of the trade combo-y buildings available in the future as well as in the present as you can. But the other aspects of it kind of detracted from it, especially the wall building. The wall building was really clunky and had all sorts of performance issues. So maybe they address those and it gets itself dragged up to so-so in the future, but for now I'm going to say it's slightly substandard. Mice Guard. Mice Guard was a action-ish game. You move a little party of mice around and you shoot and sword fight little monstery things. The story, it's a fairly quick and simple story. I wouldn't say it's it's not mind-blowing in any... The story's maybe a little bit cliched at times. Could we scroll down? We could scroll down, sorry. My bad. Yeah, there we go. I'm willing to give it a solid. Like, wow, solid to so-so. So-so. It's not terrible. It is a little bit short, and there were at times that the choices didn't feel like real choices in terms of there were some upgrades that just seemed strictly better than the other upgrades you could do for your party slash city, and I didn't really like that, but it's okay-ish. Here is a game that I expected to be terrible that actually was quite fun. The Michael Jackson Experience. I expected this would be super terrible, but it actually does a fairly good job of its motion controls. It makes you look like it does a goodish job of making you do the same kind of moves that Michael Jackson is doing as he's dancing along to his music. It picks good songs. Like, the only nasty thing I have to say are typical motion control jank, but not more than you'd normally do. No, I just played that myself, Finboy, for giggles. I thought it was going to be a shit game. I thought this would be a complete sellout, like, company buys rights to Michael Jackson music and makes shitty dancing game, and actually it's fairly okay. The worst thing about the game is that although they bought access to almost all the music and many of the music videos, the Michael Jackson estate makes you pay out the nose if you want to use the Thriller music video. So instead of the real Thriller music video, they have their own homemade ghetto version of the Thriller music video, and it's kind of low quality because they were unwilling to shell out for that particular right. That said, it is fun to play, both individually. I don't know against other people. I expect so based on playing it individually. It was surprisingly good. I thought it was going to be here or here, and instead it's a solid enough game. You can definitely have some fun, as long as you aren't taking yourself too seriously. Might and Magic Clash of Heroes. So this is almost the most recent Might and Magic game. A beloved series for me. You know, I have lots of history with Might and Magic and Heroes of Might and Magic. Might and Magic 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8. Heroes of Might and Magic 2, 3. I never played this on the DS at the time. And, well, a lot of the more recent Might and Magics, Might and Magic 9, what have you, they typically didn't do a great job with the IP, and so I was a bit worried that they would be taking a crap, essentially, on a beloved series of mine. Now, is it a bad game? No. Is it a great game? Absolutely not either. It's essentially a match 3 game-ish, where you're building columns, and you want to build columns where you match 3, and then those matched 3 things attack the enemy. So you build a column with like archer, archer, archer in that column, and then your archer column attacks the enemy. Or you build a column of yours with swordsman, swordsman, swordsman in a column, and then those 3 swordsmen of yours will attack the enemy. It's not complex. It's not a super difficult game, at least the bits that we played before I got bored with it. Maybe as you progress further through the story, it gets more difficult and it gets a bit more interesting with some of the rearrangey, fancier mechanics that you could get further on. But as it stands, I'm not willing to give it more than so-so. I'm not embarrassed that it's making use of the Might and Magic series, but neither am I enthralled with it as a game. If you want a nice little semi-strategy match 3 idle, like something to do while sitting and waiting for the bus, it'd do okay. It'd do okay for a single playthrough. Find out what they've done with the world. Mossroot. Mossroot is a roguelite game, but it's a roguelite game where the individual fights are kind of like Fire Emblem or Advance Wars fights. You have a party of three or four people. Think like barbarian, mage, healer sort of thing, and you do this little turn-based tactics fight, a la Fire Emblem or Advance Wars. And across the course of that fight, you are choosing to either spend time killing the enemies quicker or going out of your way to maybe kill the enemies slower, but go collect some power-ups that will then be permanent power-ups for the whole rest of the campaign or that playthrough. And it's about managing your character's health, the fights you're taking, and collecting those bonus resources. So, like, fight will last longer because you're trying to collect those resources rather than kill enemy, and that might result in you taking more damage and getting a bit closer to dying. But if you don't collect any, then your characters are never getting any stronger, or at least they're getting stronger much slower. I really like this. If you like roguelites, and if you like Final Fantasy... Oh, if you like turn-based tactics, like Fire Emblem and Advance Wars, I'd go so far as to say this is strong. I'm not quite willing to give that because it does, to an extent, lack replayability beyond playing through the various combinations of classes. There are something like 7 or 8-ish characters that you unlock across the course of the game. You start with one, you unlock more across the course. You can, when you do a replay, when you start another run, you don't have to start with that same first person again. You can use those new people that you've unlocked in future combos. But there's only so many of those, and especially for the last fight or two, they're a little bit set piecey in that once you know one or two strategies to beat it, unless you are picking a fairly outlandish party composition, you're probably just going to keep using that strategy. That said, nice music, nice, cute little animals fighting each other art. I enjoy the Final Fantasy Tactics, turn-based tacticsy stuff, and it does a good job of merging that with rogueliteness. So, solid game. Solid game. My World, My Way. This is a RPG game in which you are a princess who has decided she wants to be an adventurer. She goes out into the world, and she's been assigned a minder who tries to guide you through the process of being a better adventurer without helping you too much, but it is just so grindy that I can't see anyone enjoying it. Like, it's you get given quests to go kill 10 boars and collect 10 boar pelts. Then you get given quests to go kill 10 sunflower monster things and collect 10 sunflower monstery things. It does do some unique things with its the princess has the special power to modify terrain, and that modify the literal world map terrain. But that isn't enough for me to warrant putting up with the grindiness. Not at all. So, those of you who have that nostalgia for it, please go play it, but do not ask me to play anymore. I did not like it. We enter the Nancy Drew section of the games that we've played. Nancy Drew and the Ghost Dogs of Moon Lake. Okay. I actually liked the bad guys in this a bit more than a lot of the bad guys. There's Birdcatcher Man. There's guy who's trying to improve the national parks. And there's... what was the other person? Like, I liked the bad guys. I don't remember the puzzles being especially obnoxious. And I liked the Ghost Doggos, so I think it can be a so-so. I don't remember it being especially terrible. The only things that I remember being especially terrible were like trying to capture one or two of the bird songs. You had to go out and record some of the birds in the forest making bird noises. Um, yeah, if I'm not remembering Pain, either it was so bad that I've blanked them out, or more likely, there just weren't that many super painful bits. A Nancy Drew that did have super painful bits and that I can't even grant so-so status is Danger on Deception Island. This game is a Nancy Drew that makes you grind. I cannot express how much I dislike that. You have to run back and forth between the various beaches that you can visit to trigger, like, sometimes the muscle things that you're meant to dig out from under the sand respawn, and you need to collect a certain amount of those before you can trigger one part of the game's progress. And that was just so annoying and bad that I can't forgive it. It also has a really nastily mean near final puzzle. You get given essentially a big collection of letters and you have to unscramble them into a coherent message. And you're given a machine that you're told will help you do this. And it does not help you do this at all. Oh, like I like the whale. I liked learning more about whales and teaching us about whales and responsible fishing. Those aspects were good. Like the theme was pretty good, but a number of the puzzles, a number of the triggering progress, the grinding, a number of the sound assets were painful as well. It gets right down there. It's a bad 'un. It's a bad 'un. The next Nancy Drew is Nancy Drew and the Secret of Shadow Ranch. Now, Horseboy Blobber who grew up going to Pony Club, you'd think should like being pretend cowboy. And honestly, I think this is one of the better Nancy Drew ones. Aside from 2 points for triggering the game to progress more, one of which was the game actively gave us bad guidance. Like the game hinted, go to place X to trigger more story to happen, and instead you needed to go to place Y that was a different place. And the little bit of annoyance for grinding out finding all of the sticks and arrowheads. Otherwise, this was fairly good. It had a reasonably good mix of different puzzles. It wasn't just reusing the same puzzle again and again and again and again and again. Like Nancy Drew and the Maya, Nancy Drew and the Scarlet Hand. Even if I liked Scarlet Hand's theming more and the topic of interest, like I liked learning about the Maya more than I liked learning about the different kinds of beans you can grow in your garden with this one, and all the different kinds of scorpions and stuff that occur in Arizona. Like, I didn't enjoy learning about the things this one wants to teach you, but I did like the setting. I did like the characters. It did not do a good job of making the bad guys potentially, like, typically the game shows you three people. The formula, up at least until this stage of the Nancy Drew games, because we've been playing through them in the order, is you'll be introduced to three potential people who could be the bad guy. But in this one, it basically made it so that one of those could not actually be the bad guy, which is kind of bad. If you are going to have three suspects that you're meant to be debating between which one it is, don't make it super obvious that it isn't one of them. So it loses some points for there. I think it's still overall solid. That said, you've got to know that you're going in for a point-and-click adventure mini puzzle game. Yeah. Yeah. I liked the things enough. almost no bugs. We had maybe one bug with reassembling the fence. Another weaker Nancy Drew entry. Nancy Drew and the Haunted Carousel. This introduces a mechanic that they then use poorly in Shadow Ranch. You have to type in a text response. So, like, the solution to the puzzle might be you have to write the word banana or something. And they do not do at all a good job of introducing and using this mechanic well in this game. The setting, I can kind of get behind question mark haunted carnival as a, like, enjoyable setting. And I liked the, like, slapsticky robot that you had to go talk to. The caricaturing of the baddies was, again, not so strong. And the puzzles were not so strong, such that it gets kind of dumped down into substandard as well. I'm sorry. Odama. Odama is, in terms of uniqueness and interesting concept, right up there. Superb. In terms of actually playing it, rather less so. Odama is a combination pinball and real-time tactics game. You, using voice control for the GameCube, which, as you would expect, controls terribly. Voice controlled for the GameCube is not good. It is a weak console. It does not have good processing power. The hardware is barely able to do what you're asking it to do. Add to that it's trying to use stereotypical Japanese versions of the pronunciation to recognize the words. Press forwards! Yeah, so like 10 out of 10 for interesting, unique idea, minus several million points for good execution and it actually playing well. That said, it does take it does laugh at itself pretty well. So I'm not willing to give it worse than a so-so. You've just got to understand that the voice controls are going to be jank, and you are going to have to put up with that. If you expect them to be good, then it drops down to in substandard, but I don't think any sane person would say, oh yes, a voice control game from the GameCube. It's obviously going to perform flawlessly. Oh, okay. So-so as a game. Should you play it? Maybe a bit substandard should you play it. Opuna. Opuna is inoffensive. It commits the cardinal sin of not being particularly memorable beyond its art style for anything. It's like a typical RPG, think Final Fantasy-esque, you grind your characters up, you fight other things. You wouldn't expect voice controls today even to be not jank? Yes. Which we know from, what was it, Dungeon Master? Where it doesn't accept that my Australian forward, my R's are not strong enough for the forward to trigger. Ugh. So it's like, it's not technically bad, but it's just unmemorable, or beyond the art style being slightly memorable, nothing about it is particularly memorable. It's inoffensively average. Doesn't do anything particularly well or particularly unique. Okay. Packy and Marlin. Packy and Marlin is rather like Bronchi the Bronchiosaur. No superbs, no. Rather like Bronchi the Bronchiosaur, it is a SNES game for little kids about a health issue. In this case, Packy and Marlin both have diabetes. They've gone to a summer camp. The summer camp has been taken over by evil rat things. And you have to do action platforming to get to the end of every level whilst answering occasional questions about how to correctly manage your diabetes and learning about diabetes. Across the course of the level, you need to eat food. It will tell you at the start, like, this level is breakfast. For breakfast, you need to eat 1 grain type thing, 2 fruit type things, and have a glass of milk. And then if you eat the wrong things or the wrong types of things or too much, it will make your blood sugar level go too high. If you don't collect enough, your blood sugar level will go too low. And you have to, just like in the real world, if you have diabetes, manage your blood sugar level either by eating more or using extra insulin. I think if more games companies were making games like this, the world would be a far, far better place. I think it is absolutely fantastic that they've tried to make a game to help little kids, A, understand and manage their diabetes better, not feel like monsters for having this sickness, like, realize that it's just another sickness, people get it okay. I'm not some, people shouldn't be teasing me or bullying me because of this. It does a good enough job of its platforming. It does a good job of teaching the kids important things about managing their diabetes. Like, if I'm going low, what should I do? Should I have my emergency Slack and speak to an adult to make sure they understand what's happening? Or should I go run away and hide from everyone? Like, it does a really good job of what it's trying to do. It is maybe a little bit short, but again, it's a game for absolute little kiddies. Like, I think the main people that bought this game were either people that wanted it for their kids with diabetes or doctors that wanted a little thing for their waiting lounge. Like for kids to play whilst in their waiting lounge and they're dealing with other things. So I'm absolutely giving that a strong. It's enjoyable enough to play, whilst absolutely helping to make the world a better place. Absolute top props to the people making games like that. Pokemon Conquest. Now, I love me my Pokemon. I don't especially love me my Nobunaga's Ambition. It is Nobunaga's Ambition, but fought out using turn-based tactics with Pokemon. It's a solid. It doesn't do anything especially badly. Maybe some of the writing and maybe some of the little mini campaigns. It's got a whole series of campaigns. There's not just one campaign. There's one big major campaign, but there's also a lot of little mini campaigns. You've never played any of these games? No, I never played any of these before 2024. These were all new to me. Yeah, it's solid enough. If you want Pokemon and if you want another Fire Emblem-like or Advance Wars-like, but with Pokemon, you'll have a good time. Next, Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Almia. This was dictated by Miss Morrigan Nightshade, because I'd never played these specific Pokemon Rangers. It's so-so. I didn't love the drawing lots of circles around things, and it was a little too little kid handholdy. But if you were a little kid, it would be a lovely extra Pokemon game. Now, this gym of mine, a sort of fan-made Pokemon game? Yeah, with a mouse, it's kind of terrible. I don't have a dedicated touchscreen. No, Finboy. I play it by holding down the mouse and wiggling the mouse around like this. It does not play the best. This gym of mine is an interesting concept for a Pokemon game. Instead of being the usual, I'm the little kid who's going out on my Pokemon adventure, this gym of mine asks the question, what if you were the gym leader? It doesn't quite go as far for that as I would like. I actually really like the idea of, as a gym leader, you have to have a series of teams for the different difficulty levels depending on what the trainer who shows up to get your badge has, so that you have to have a team to help test someone who's only going for their first badge versus someone who's going for their third badge, where you need a little bit more difficult a team, versus someone going for their seventh or eighth badge, where you need, like, I need a full team of 6 Pokemon. They all need to be fairly strong. They need a coherent theming and coverage and stuff. This asks a little bit of that question, but not quite enough, in my opinion. It also has some city building aspects where you spend your money to expand the city to make everyone in the city like you more, as well as bring in more income. But then it's just sort of income is used to make buildings, which gives you more income, which is used to make more buildings. That's a little bit too simple of a loop. I didn't find the city building to be particularly engaging and worthwhile. But the limitation of you must use mons that are all of the same type, or else use the signature move of your type. So we did electric, so we were all electric mons, or things had to know Thunderbolt. Is solid. If you enjoy competitive battling, if you enjoy Pokemon puzzling, it's solid enough. It's maybe a little short, and it feels like the end is very much rushed. Like, I reached the end and I was like, that's the end? Oh well. Yeah, we had a nice water type team. Several of our mons were water type for a while. Gyarados could have Thunderbolt from memory. Or was it Ice Beam? One of them was we had 2 wrong mons for a long time in our runs. Continuing the Pokemon theme, Pokerogue. And this is this year's first winner of a superb game rating. Firstly, it's free. Much like Just Barely, I guarantee you will enjoy it or double your money back, right? It's a free game. It is absolutely fantastic in terms of merging rogueliteness and Pokemon. So you pick one or more starting Pokemon, you take a fight. At the end of that fight, you get to pick from some bonuses or some items, things like this. And slowly across the course of the run, you collect more Pokemon, you build up your team, you evolve them, you stack items on them and stack bonuses on them as you work your way up to beating the Pokemon League and then eventually beating Mewtwo equivalent, essentially. It has really good levels of strategy. It has really good levels. No microtransactions, nothing like that. At least not when I played Shibigist. I haven't played it in a while. Things may have changed since then. But as far as I know, it is free and intended to remain for its entire lifetime entirely free. It was at sometimes the worst things I can say about it is that it got so popular so quickly that it had server issues, such that I specifically was running my own server so that I could not have issues connecting to the global server. Like, that's about the worst thing that I can say for it. And maybe that it has a bit of a steep difficulty curve at the beginning, especially if you aren't up to date on all of the Pokemon and all of the moves and all of the abilities. But those are more or less the only criticisms I can level at it. I absolutely think if you like Pokemon, if you like roguelites, if you like both of those things, go check it out. It's free. It's fantastic. We had already played Pokemon Fusion, Dutchy. It wasn't something that we played for the first time this year. It would also... Well, I don't know that I'd quite... Yeah, it would probably be somewhere between superb and strong. It has some issues in that it doesn't always tell you exactly what you're supposed to do moving forwards, but the art aspect usually carries it. But yeah, going back to Poker Rogue, it has fantastic replayability because there's all sorts of challenge difficulty things. There's things like only play with one type. There's things with only play from one generation. So you do all Gen 1 Mons, you do all Gen 5 Mons, you do all electric Mons. It has, yeah, it's fantastic. Going from a fantastic game to a not fantastic game, Prince of Persia on the GameCube. About the best thing I can say about this is it's really funny having supposedly Arab guy who had like, you what mate accent. He had super strong British accent. Aside from that, it was just kind of bad. Bad enough that I'm chucking it without remorse into the shitty pile. I had intended to return to that game and finish it, and you'll notice that it hasn't happened. And it's not because the game is good or has almost any redeeming feature. Maybe one day I'll run out of other games to play before keeping my promise to return to and finish that game. Pyre. Pyre is something that we are still currently playing through. It is, like Gris was, super gorgeous. Fantastic visuals and fantastic audio. Really good music, really good visuals. The story is, I don't know the ending yet, so I can't fully judge it. I'm intrigued enough to want to know the end. I like the characters. I like the characters such that I want to know what happens to them. But it could also fall down at the end, and I can't make that final call yet because it's still something that we are playing. It did, however, trick me into playing what is essentially combat basketball. I'm not the biggest sports ball person, and it is kind of fun to play the game. It is also a bit clunky, and it also feels like it's something that you should be playing multiplayer, where you could have more than one of the characters on your team moving at a time. So I'm only willing to give you a solid. Yeah, for tricking me into playing sports ball, and on account of that I don't know how the story ends and it might flop at the end, it's just getting a solid. Not amazing, but certainly considerably better than so-so. Railroad Corporation 2. Yeah, you're solid enough. It doesn't really add that much more to 1. All it's really adding compared to 1 is diesels and electrics and a little bit of extra like good chains. I don't really see that as being enough of a improvement over 1 unless you're Super Train fan for wanting. And honestly, I am a person who prefers the steam choo-choos to the diesels and electrics, so I would thematically prefer 1. Even if they have made some things a little bit neater by the time of 2. It is also still in ongoing dev, so they may yet improve it. But yeah. Longer campaign, remove the fake choice for, not fake choice, fake pressure-y, time element-y things, and don't focus on the less good trains that aren't the steam choo-choos, and you'll score higher for me. Possibly the most cringe game we played for the year, Rave Master. Rave Master is a fighting game, so think a 3D fighting game, so think like Soul Calibur or Tekken, modern Tekken-y sort of stuff, except that it's using the cast of an of a manga called Rave Master. It had kind of terrible story. It had, I kind of liked the characters even if they were cringy and terrible. The fighting was bad to bad to kind of too easy. So it's substandard, but it's not super substandard. If you had connection to this series, like if you had previously watched the anime or read the manga, you'd probably be able to push it here or maybe even to so-so. But without that connection, it doesn't get above just kind of slightly substandard. Robotech Battle Cry. This was dictated by Shadow. His recycled designs and plots. I mean, it looks super like Fairy Tail. But anyway, that's what attracted to me is that it looked like Fairy Tail, but it's not. This was dictated by Shadow. You are a flying mech thing that can transform into like airplane mode, mech mode, and some other mode. Um, it has weird issues with like when you're in flying mode, you can't fly too high because of the bounding box. Um, it has storyline isn't enjoyable issues. It has the level tells you to like defend a point and you run around shooting the things that are attacking the point, but it's not enough for no obvious reason. Um, I can't imagine unless you have a connection to this specific. Unless you really love mecha, unless you really love the idea of this series and this world, it being anything other than shitty. It's a bad Shadow game. Some of the bad games that Shadow suggests are good bad games. Like Battle Construction Vehicles was. That was a good bad game, but this is just a bad game. Mm, Alright. Rodea. Fusion we definitely did it midway through last year as well, Dutchy, because I did a I did a Halloween themed thing mid last year. Uh, but anyway, Rodea the Sky Soldier. What if Sonic was an aeromorph? Basically. So, like GameCube plus era Sonic game, but Sonic is an aeromorph, an airplane, a human airplane. It's fairly pretty and it does have nice-ish music. The story was okay for cliche anime garbage. Like it was solid enough for that. The thing is, you go to play it and you feel how it could be fun. Like you feel playing with the controls, how if if the motion controls just worked that bit better, if they just worked smoothly and neatly and as you'd want them to, that it would be super fun flicking yourself around at high speed. But instead, because it kind of controls a bit painfully with the jank motion controls, it gets pushed down to so-so. If this controlled well, it would absolutely be solid or strong, but it doesn't. We played Rogue Leader 2, but only kind of just for a little minute because it had emulator issues. So this can sit in so-so. It's a, technical did not finish, really. Yeah. We had emulator issues. Technical did not finish, but it is a game I played. It could be good, it could be bad, I don't know. For one that we do know is kind of slightly bad. Oof. Samurai Warriors Katana. So it's a Dynasty Warriors-esque in that you run around smushing up enemies, but you do so by swinging your Wiimote sword around. It doesn't take all the inputs terribly well, and towards the end, the bad guys get it becomes the same issue as Super Punch, in that it's not about you fighting well; it's about you memorizing what attacks each enemy has and the sort of timing windows on when you have to dodge or attack them for those attacks, or like counterattack them for those attacks. So it's not super bad, but it's kind of a bit bad. Then we have a sad entry. Science Papa. Cooking Mama's man who brings home the bacon. Science Papa. I love science. I wish that this was a good game. But it's not. It's grindy. It's kind of like one of those manager cooking kitchen thing games where you've got to like, I need to be cooking this at the same time that I'm chopping this. I need to make sure that that thing over there hasn't been on the heat for too long, so go over and check and pull it off while then I go back to doing the chopping. You're managing doing like 4 or 5 things at once, except that it's a bunch of science-related things, and they're all kind of just a bit bad. And it's super grindy to make more progress in the game. So, as much as I wish Science Papa was good, it's just kind of shitty. I'm sorry. Scooby-Dooby-Doo! First Frights. I didn't mind this. I think it was so-so. It was alright enough for us to play during Spooktober. I know there are some purists who are going to be like, they don't use the right voice actors and blah blah blah, but I'm not that level of autistic about getting my Scooby-Doo right, so I was okay with it. It felt like they were the right characters. They behaved the way you expect them to behave. It didn't have too many janky puzzles. And the ending was correct, like, oh my gosh, maybe there are real ghosts? It was a good Spooktober game, even if it isn't a good game. Next. SeaWorld Adventure, Shamu's Journey. And here we have achieved our second Dino Crisis, or Sisrik Onid. Dino Crisis backwards. Dino Crisis tier level game. The absolute worst level of game. Yeah. Joining Ghostbusters. It doesn't teach you anything. It's a really bad, I want to say platformer, but it's not platformer. You just sort of swim around. It's essentially swim around in a maze. No, this wasn't a shadow game. It should be, Finboy. He should be suggesting this for other people to play because it's that bad a game. You swim around in a maze, occasionally doing little semi-puzzle things like press the red button to open the red door. But it has absolutely terrible controls. I literally could not beat the final boss because of how bad the controls were. Even though you're meant to just press a button and it work, it's something to do with either the way you press it or the timing between when you have to have done the previous wiggle waggle and pressing the button. It took us half an hour to manage what was supposed to be just an on-screen press one button, like do one thing. I managed to do it in the tutorial version of it, and then you had to do it to beat the final boss. And to beat the final boss, you needed to do it like 8 times in a row or something. And so just, nah. Never saw the end of it because the controls are just so bad it is not possible to finish. Maybe it plays better if you're playing it on the true hardware, but I suspect no. I suspect that they just did a really bad job of the like timing and press button requirements of the game. I'd be interested to see someone finish it properly and be able to tell me for real it isn't that, but I really do strongly suspect that it was. We return to Senior Detectives games with Sherlock Holmes, Crimes and Punishment. What do I remember specifically about this one? I don't remember anything especially special about this one. Let me look it up. Let me refresh my memory before I go talking potentially out of my arse. Okay. So this was one of the newer ones. It definitely looked better. It definitely looked better than a lot of the others. It had the one like supposedly child person who looked like an adult, but otherwise, or other way around. Um, but otherwise it was fairly decent. So I'm willing to give you a solid. You're better than average, but not especially good. This was balance, Sherlock. I can live with balance, as long as it's only the 2 times. Then we have Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper. It does get points for trying to introduce and, like, describe and do well that period of time with the, like, Penny Dreadfuls and the actual history of Jack the Ripper. It loses points for the whole let's just imagine the dead body and then make up observations about the imagined body. Now, to some extent, I get that why we couldn't do that for the one that was supposedly so horrible to look at that it's like triple X gore level stuff. But for the other one, I don't forgive it. I'm sorry. Um, So yeah, you're more a so-so for me. I'm gonna have to say. Sherlock Holmes the Awakened. Boo! What's the point of being Sherlock Holmes if there's literal magic in your world and the answer to any weird mystery thing can just be it's magic? I don't like this thematically. I don't think that logical mystery solving man works well with literal Cthulhu magic setting. It's also a little bit painful for some of the puzzles. The like draw the sigils puzzles and the like move the shit around so that you can fill things with each other puzzles. But the biggest neg for me is the theming. All right. What else did we play? We played Sim City for the SNES, as dictated by the real Decoy. Um, yeah, so-so. I think viewing it as a function of its age, it's so-so. I didn't like the disastery type things, aside from the fact that they didn't make it Godzilla that was destroying the town. Instead, it was King Koopa. That was a nice little flavorful thing. But otherwise, just so-so. The bridges were really cool and fancy, the little pop-up and pop-down bridges. But other than the pop-up and pop-down bridges and the King Koopa, I don't remember too much more that was especially good or especially bad. Next, Slice and Dice. I don't like it, but I think it's only kind of so-so. And the things that I don't like about it are things you can fix. Things it does well. It is a nice little roguelite, and it's a nice build your party up roguelite. You're essentially collecting a dungeon party, like a traditional D&D party, and you're evolving them a la Pokemon into better classes and giving them better items to let them attack and work their way towards defeating Big Mega Boss at the end of your roguelite run. The trouble is, it doesn't do a good job of letting you know which classes can then evolve into which things, because there's like evolution trees. You need to go from basic fighter to, I don't know, let's just call it red fighter, and then red fighter goes to, I don't know, super red fighter as an example. And unless you know all of those classes a priori, and you know which classes have the potential to evolve into which other classes, the game presents you with the decision which do you want to evolve into, and you can't make an informed decision with respect to working towards a final game composition. Unless you're willing to go look it up on a wiki, or play through and fail enough times to discover by the power of, exploring everything which things can evolve into which things. I didn't like that. I think the better thing to do would be to have an in-game Pokédex equivalent which tells you these ones can evolve into these ones can evolve into these ones. And it feels worse because the game does do such a good job of giving you those Pokédex equivalents for so many of the other things. There is an item Pokédex. It tells you what all the items are at all the different levels so that you know when you're picking get a random tier 6 item, you can go look at all the tier 6 items and think which of those would be good for me, which of those would be useful, which ones would be garbage. You can make an informed decision on that. You can make an informed decision on the items. It gives you a really good description of how the rules work for all the keywords. So there are special effect keywords to do with a number of the attacks, and it tells you like here's the rules. The keywords apply left to right, etc., etc. Like, because it does such a good job of explaining those things, it feels like a gaping hole that it doesn't tell you how the class evolution tree works. Other than that, it also feels like the difficulty, the way that it does difficulty, by giving you, as you turn up the difficulty slider, you start with a collection of negative buffs, but the pool, it gives you a random assortment to pick from, and until you like beat a certain amount of the game, it doesn't let you re-randomize them. So if you get a collection that you as a player don't understand how you're meant to beat them, you can just be stuck with them and never make more progress. You can never re-roll into a different pool of them because you have so much trouble with the ones that it presents you. And I think that's bad. Unforgivably bad. They could do so much better job of their difficulty system. So, although there are things that I think are very, very solidly good about it, there are also things that I think are very solidly bad about it. And for me, therefore, overall, I'm not willing to give it more than so-so. Next, we have Solar to Robo, Return to Coda. And here we have what I'm willing to give the second superb game for the year. For a DS game, it looks absolutely fantastic. It has really lovely music. It has an art style that it executes on consistently and well. Now, maybe you don't like the anthro-animal art style. Fair. I grew up with Star Fox. The anthro-animals I don't find them troubling for me. It makes a number of stylistic choices that I think are impressive and out there. So, regardless of which version of the game you play, whether you play the Japanese version, whether you play the English version, whether you play the German version, whether you play the French version, all of the voice lines for all of the characters, when they do their little... I make a little voice line while you see the on-screen text bubble, they're always French. And the creators of the game have done that intentionally because they want the setting to feel Frenchy. And that is a big call. Most games will 100% of the time either go, original, we can't be asked doing new voice acting, or give every language that we translate it into their own voice acting so that everyone gets what they're used to. Intentionally giving people a different language to help build the world and feeling of the world is a move that I can super respect, and I think that they have pulled it off. My criticisms for the game would be that the fighting is a little too easy, especially once you get a large number of the upgrades. It's too easy, but I liked the story. I enjoyed playing I enjoyed the puzzling, I enjoyed the platforming, I enjoyed the fighting, even if it was at times a bit too easy. It looked really good. It's got lots of little side quests. It's got a world full of characters that I like. Like, I still like Little Lion. I like Little Lion enemy guy who's just a bro and he's not like actually trying to be our enemy, but he's on the side of the bad guys, so he fights us, but he's a bro about it. And like, yeah. I can thoroughly suggest if you want a DS game, if you want to play a DS game that you haven't played, you feeling some console nostalgia, but you want to play a new game, check out Solata Robo. Red the Hunter Return to Coda. We also have Spiritfarer. Spiritfarer. You are also a superb game. Critical hit to the feels. This game, I was worried. I played this game because a real life friend recommended it. I was worried that it was going to be a little bit of do nothing game. And there is maybe a little bit of that in terms of that there's a little bit too much farming, grinding sort of to do. But it's not that there's nothing to do, it's that you've always got something to do. You can always be crafting some more things. You can be growing some more foodstuffs to make into meals. You could be cooking some more meals to unlock some more meal combos you don't have to give to people to test out what's their favorite meal. It has nice art, nice music. The platforming is fine. Some of the side quests are a little meh, but it does an excellent job of storytelling, an excellent job of making you feel them feels that I'm absolutely willing to give it a superb. My criticisms would be, at times it can be a bit too grindy, although in part that's my fault. Like, once you have enough food to feed all the people on the ship for a couple of months, maybe you don't need to be continuing to grind stuff. You don't need to make number go up just because you can. Fair. What I would do to improve it is there are times when it doesn't let you quite know what is gating your ability to progress into the new zones, because the world is like delineated into certain zones. And it would be nice if it didn't let you sell things. Well, it would be nice if the shop owners didn't delete when you sell them things. You can sell them things that you need to upgrade the ship, that then afterwards re-earning is genuine grind, not just self-inflicted grind, to earn back. I don't think that aspect is good. I think that the shop owners should keep everything that you sell them that is like a critical upgrade type item, and that you could re-buy it later, buy it back from them, to get those final couple of upgrades, that otherwise it's a massive pain to earn. Absolutely lovely. You want a feels game? Go play Spiritfarer. Okay, what else do we have on the to-do dockets? We have Spore. Creatures. This is the Spore DS game, as was dictated by, I think, Sergeant Cookie. I think it's an okay game. I would say it's maybe a solid game if you're a little kid. My reasoning for this is that it's much too grindy as an adult. So what you do is you combine various body parts into a monster. You finally finished your own electric monotype? Well done, Krebsig. Well done. I'd actually be a bit interested to find out how the game has changed since I played, because they've probably changed a whole bunch of things. You combine various monster bits to assemble your own Build-A-Bear, but it's a Build-A-Monster. And then you are going around solving other monsters' problems to, he snatched your grip claw. Oof. Yeah, he's a bit of a monster when he goes full infinite item steal. You've got to have lots of shitty items on you so that he statistically steals your pointless berry number 6. Anyway. The trouble is that to earn the points you need to assemble lots of good body parts, you have to do a fair bit of grinding. We beat most of these? Yes. Some of the ones that were dictators were only 2 hours, but that would be less than... That would be solidly less than, like, 1 in 8. Most of these games are... The overwhelming majority of these games would be things that we played through. So yeah. It definitely is an interesting thing that I don't remember seeing anything else that's quite like it for the DS. On the PC, there is that other game. What was it called? We played it for Baron. Impossible Creatures. That's a little bit like that, but yeah. Interesting idea. A bit too grindy. Would be good for little kids, but less so for an adult who I don't want to have to spend hours grinding up the like genetic capacity points to build a better monster. Moving on to another Baron-related game, though. Star Wars Episode 1, Gungan Frontier. And I can't rate this worse than so-so. Baron was trying to sell up that this is a terrible game, no one should want to play it, I'm going to punish people by making them play it. And I just don't think it's bad. It's an ecology simulator game. So you have an environment, a big, like, imagine a big open plain, or maybe a beachfront, or something like that. And what you do is you drop in plant seeds and monsters, and then you wait for time to pass and the dynamics to change. So like if you plant lots of plant seeds, lots of plants will grow. And then when the lots of plants will grow, the more herbivores will increase in their number. And then once the herbivores increase in number, the carnivores will increase in number. And you have to achieve the right mix of combinations of different kinds of things that eat each other in the right mix to get overall point high scores, essentially. It's a fairly impressive ecology sim. It's a game that's trying to teach kids, school-age kids, about population dynamic balancing, ecology type stuff. And I think it does a good job of those things. Is it especially fun to play? Not really. You're mostly just trying things and watching little bar graphs representing how much of a population there is go up and down. But is it terrible? Nah. It does what it's trying to do. It does it fine. It's shamelessly hooking into a beloved IP, for sure. There's no need for this to be a Star Wars game. This could just as easily be a real world setting game, but it's probably more fun for little kids for it to be space alien-y stuff. I think it's fine. Next, Bomberman for the SNES, as dictated by Decoy. In terms of puzzles, it's okay, but the controlly and the like randomness on some of the stuff means me drop this down to substandard. Things like having how to explain? There are times when you will use a bomb to put out a fire that's blocking your way. That fire will automatically turn back on after a random period of time. So you can get completely screwed over by set bomb deletes fire, you try to walk over it, oh look, it randomly turned on as you were walking over it. Instead of something more consistent like you use bomb. Bomb makes fire turned off for fixed period amount of time, so you can walk over it. It has a number of things like that where the game is a bit RNG punishing you and unfair. So, substandard for me. It also does times where it doesn't explain... It introduces new mechanics and doesn't explain them. Like the flying spaceship and the boingy trampoline-y things. Next up, SysOp Saga. Oh, good lord, SysOp Saga. Yeah, you're straight down into Dino Crisis tier. Boop. Dino Crisis tier terrible. I didn't even understand enough of the game to play it at all. It's meant to be like you are Hackerman, but you are Hackerman that manages servers to protect them from other Hackerman, and it doesn't even introduce itself enough to function, as far as I'm concerned. So, great big... I'm not willing to give it... whereas I'm willing to give Rogue Squadron, it didn't play enough to get a good idea. This is so bad that even though we played so little, I am willing to dump it straight into garbage land. Yeah, yes, Dusty. It's 9 o'clock in about 3 minutes for me. So 3 hours and 3 minutes till midnight for Blobber. Next up, Tail Concerto. Tail Concerto is a PS1... I wouldn't say RPG in terms of you, like... It's a story game, kind of? It's action platformery story. It is set in the same world as Solata Robo, Red the Hunter. They're all part of a shared universe. I was interested to see the earlier game and how it was different to the much later game. And they're very, very different. It gets lots of credit for a number of things. It has adorable characters. Yes, the story and those characters are very kidsy, but that's its target audience. It gets a pass for that. It has absolutely fantastic full anime video cutscene stuff. Like, I don't remember anything that I played during that era having that. Certainly not for, like, the 64. So it gets big points for that level of cutscene. It was, aside from the one boss and the, like, final sequenced layered vertical tower thing just before the final boss, it was good to play. Good enough to play. The controls a little bit clunky in that they're tankish controls, but that goes with it being such an old game. Like, they could definitely do better with the controls these days if they were remaking it. But for the time, the controls are okay enough. It has nice graphics, nice story, nice dialogue. I like the characters, I like the world, I enjoyed finding out about them and fleshing them out. My criticisms are it's a little bit kidsy, and that the final boss and the climb the tower to the final boss thing were a bit obnoxious. Like, in terms of the game difficulty, most of it is a little kid difficulty, and then those two things were really noticeably harder in a not sensible way. Still, I'm willing to give it an overall solid. If you were playing some of the other more modern games like Solata Robo or Fuga, and you wanted to go check back how the earlier games in that universe play, I could still say you could have a good time with that game. I wouldn't say go do something else with your time. You're probably going to have a bit of a miserable time. For things that are a bit of a miserable time, Aye, aye, aye. The Destiny of Zorro for the Wii, where you sword fight with your Wiimote. It's bad. It's bad, 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 bad. Straight down to shitty for you. I don't think it does an especially good job of using the Zorro IP in any way. I don't think that I didn't love the characters. I didn't love the story. I didn't love the setting. The controls were kind of garbage. The bosses were okay-ish at telegraphing how you are supposed to beat them, but then executing on it with the bad motion controls is just a bit of a pain. So I cannot in good conscience, I could not in good conscience tell anyone to actually go play this game. Please don't. Save yourself the misery. Okay, we have another of the Senior Detectives games. We have The House of Da Vinci. I'm willing to give you a solid. I don't think I'm willing to give you a strong. It's trying to be little puzzle escape roomy type thing, and it mostly does that okay. It has a setting. It does okay-ish with that setting, aside from that a lot of the mechanical systems don't make sense in that setting, like they're too advanced. Especially when we get up to the tank bit was a bit silly. But if you're looking for... It presents itself as what it's intending to be, and it does a reasonable enough job of that. You're not going to go into this thinking that it's like Pyre, where I thought it was action combat-y game and it's actually sports ball game. It's combat sports ball, and I've been tricked into playing it. You're going to understand what this is, obviously. Next, The Wild Thornberrys Animal Adventure for the PlayStation 1. It's a little bit substandard. It does an okay-ish job of using the Wild Thornberrys IP. Let's move this up some more. It does an okay-ish job of using the Wild Thornberrys IP. It's essentially a collection of mini-games with a different collection on mini-games on each continent. You travel to each continent, find out a little bit about the animals of that continent, a la Wild Thornberrys, and then you defeat the mini-games. The trouble is, most of these mini-games are completely unoriginal in any way, shape, or form, and at best, okay. So there's one that is completely knockoff Snake or knockoff Centipede. There's another one that's knockoff Tic-Tac-Toe. There's another one that's knockoff, there's all sorts of these traditional classic games, knockoff Pong, knockoff, etc., etc., that you look at them and you say, you've just copied this other game and shoved the Wild Thornberrys graphics over it. And it doesn't usually do a bad job of those games. They do an okay job, but there's nothing original or special or especially worthwhile about them that you won't have played before. For collection of minigames for little kid, as well as maybe teaching little kid a little bit about the continents and what animals are on them, kind of okay, but overall, the couple of pain points and the not quite so amazing graphics, the relative shortness, and the fact that so many of the mini-games are blatant rip-offs of other games gets it shoved down to substandard. Tintin in Tibet. Straight into the Dino Crisis tier for you. It's super terrible. It's... Oh god, having to action platform around whilst being on a unreasonably short timer that will send you back to the start of the game if you can't win the whole game up to that point. Oh, it's bad. Bad controls that don't teach you some of the mechanics about moving things around or um, moving the boxes around or talking to people. It's just, yeah. I wanted it to be good because I like Tintin. I enjoyed watching the animated show as a kid, but it's just such a bad game. I do not subject yourself or anyone you know or like to this. Only use this to torture people. It is that bad. Speaking of bad, the bus game. Tokyo Bus Guide, as brought to us by Miss Morrigan Nightshade, dictated. Um, it's somewhere between substandard and so-so. Even if meme-wise I hate buses, I think it does a reasonably okay job of pretending to be a bus. Oh, and we've gotten bigger again, so we need to shrink down. It does a reasonably okay job of pretending to be a bus. My biggest criticisms would be that the other drivers don't actually respect the traffic lights very much. If you've got a I'm allowed to turn green, like a green arrow, I'm allowed to turn right across traffic, and then the other person just zooms into the oncoming traffic when you have right of way and a green light, is kind of painful. It does do a good job of, like, you have to pull up smoothly to be a nice, comfortable bus ride. You have to indicate. You have to change gear. You have to press the buttons that open the door on the bus. Like those things, the being a bus simness, and especially the, like, being a bus in Tokyo. Sorry, being a bus in Tokyo, where you're running actual routes and seeing actual landmarks of Tokyo. Those aspects it does well. The AI for other cars driving around and respecting the traffic lights, it does poorly. So I'm willing to give it a so-so, because it does what it's trying to do mostly okay with a couple of faults. Even if I don't specifically like what it's trying to do. If you want a bus simulator, I think it would be okay. If you want a bus simulator for in Tokyo, sure, maybe even up to solid or strong. It's moderate. I mean, there's only so many times that indicate right, pull out right, change gear, maybe change lanes once or twice, indicate left, pull over left, press button to open door, loop. Like, that gets fairly old fairly quickly, Finboy. I don't think it does a bad job of doing that thing, but that thing isn't, I think, inherently something that has a lot of hours of enjoyment to be had for it. Now, maybe that's me. Maybe there are people who want nothing more than to spend tens of thousands of hours playing that experience. And power to them. I hope they have a great time with it. I'm not calling it shit. I think it does an okay job of everything except the other traffic respecting the road rules, respecting the traffic lights. We did get to see a train. We got to see a much better form of transport. Okay, next up, Touch Detective for the DS. I'm kind of torn between so-so and substandard. Do I think you're as bad? I don't think you're as bad as My World, My Way. Even if I didn't like you, I don't know that I'm willing to put you down near that and Cringe Master. So you can have a pity so-so Touch Detective, because I did think you had a cute art style, and I did think you had cute characters that I was kind of interested to find out more about, even if the some of the gameplay aspects were painful. So painful. Okay, next. Vampire Survivors. The titular genre-defining Vampire Survivors, as dictated by Finboy. So, I think it's a solid game, even if I don't especially like it from the start. I think that starting from absolutely nothing, when none of the goodies magnetize towards you, and you've got none of the combos of items and none of the unlocks, that it feels pretty bad. Once you've played enough of it that you have a fairly interesting collection of different characters to play as, different items that you've unlocked to build with them, enough of the passive bonuses that you don't have to literally walk over the top of every collectible, instead of they magnetize towards you at a reasonable amount, then it's fairly fun. But I think the starting experience is kinda bad. If you're willing to grind through a couple of hours to unlock enough that it becomes more tolerably playable, then it becomes a fairly good experience. Now, there's an argument to be said for your game should be good from the get-go. And I'm the sort of person who tends to agree with that. You should not have to grind for multiple hours to get to the good bit. You know, it gets good after X hours is a way of saying the game starts shit. Maybe go play a game that isn't shit at the start, as far as I'm concerned. That's where it falls for me. Okay, Void War. Void War is FTL if it was wearing its Warhammer 40k cosplay. It is unashamedly like leeching a Warhammer 40k setting, and you are on a ship fighting warp monstery, devil-y things using your ship and your psychic powers and your power armor and so forth. The ship fighting stuff is like FTL, except that it's much more boarding focused potentially. Potentially, you can play non-boarding ships, but many of the ships are much more boarding focused than FTL, so that your fighty power armor, Warhammery characters are doing their thing. I think that it's a nice, like, if you enjoy FTL and you want more ships and you'd like something that's very much like FTL but got some extra special, its own flavory things, then yes, check out Void War. It isn't finished yet, which is a point against it, but I think there's enough even to enjoy it now. There's a whole bunch of different ships. There's a whole bunch of different captains for those ships. There's all sorts of different ways you can build them with the, like, I summon zombie spells, or there's summon extra fighting things in enemy ship. There's attack with the psychic powers spells. There's defensive magic spells. There's lots and lots that's good there, and I'm very interested to see the final product. I think that for now it's a solid. I'd be willing to put it up into a strong, potentially when they finish the game and we get to see just how much more content they make. So it's a solid for now, tentatively, probably strong eventually. It looks like the devs are going to do a decent job, but you can never make any promises. So solid for now, evaluate the game as it is. We are nearing the end. We have Wallace and Gromit, Project Zoo. And I'm sorry, but you're just slightly substandard. I love Claymation, I love Wallace and Gromit. It did a good job of the voice acting, it did a good job of the characters. And, like, the setting was the zoo, where they nominally have the penguin from, the evil penguin man. But for a collectathon/puzzle platformer, there are multiple times when it doesn't explain new skill, new weapon. There are a number of times when it had buggy triggers that literally were impeding progress. I'm remembering the Trigger the Elephant level, where we had to replay the whole level in order to trigger Wallace to lower a bridge, which otherwise he just refused to do. So it's got some bugs. It's not the most enjoyable to play. It's got some tutorialization and explaining issues. Unless you are especially in love with Wallace and Gromit, or you really, really, really want another collectathon to go play that's new for you, I would suggest avoiding Wallace and Gromit Project Zoo. And so we come to the last of the titles for this year. The Ware Cleaner, which I am willing to once again shove into superb rating. First off, it is free. This is much like Just Barely, where it was a project for a final year uni student. Ware Cleaner is a final year uni student project, but it's not for a single uni student. It's for a whole team of uni students out of, I think it's University of California, where they have come together and they have made this cute game where it is a stealth cleaning game. So you run around as little werewolf guy. You are meant to clean up all of these messes. And the stealth aspect is that if any of the co-workers in your business place see you whilst you're a werewolf cleaning, then you have an uncontrollable urge to eat them. It is super cute. As I said, it is free. You can grab it now on Steam. No cost. I personally guarantee you will enjoy it. You will have a great time or double your money back. Right? It's got a decent length compared to, say, Just Barely, which is a fair bit shorter, especially if you want to try and 5-star every map and get all the collectibles, do all of the achievements. There's a goodly amount of playtime hours. They've got nice little extra stuff, like they're selling real-life plushies. So even if the game is free, they've got ways of supporting them. You can buy their little plushies. An actual Ware Cleaner plushie, and it is super cute. It's got reasonable enough music. The controls control well for what they're trying to do. It's fairly unique. It's absolutely, like, the stylistically cuteness and contrasting that with being the I'm the monster werewolf who eats everyone is fantastic. Yeah. Could not more highly recommend. It's free. Absolutely everyone. If you haven't played it, go grab it from Steam. It's free. Check it out. Okay, and let's have a look at our overall distribution. Do we have a vaguely normal distribution, which is what we would expect? We've got 4 and 4 for best and worst. And then we've got, yeah, actually that's very even. Then we've got a row and a half for the next. And then the next one is, I've said there's slightly more solid games than substandard. So there's like an extra 2/3 of a row of solids compared to substandards. And then So-So is the biggest. What is the worst? Dino Crisis. Backwards Dino Crisis. Everything is an S. Superb is best, then strong, solid, so-so, substandard, shitty, nearly the worst, and then Sis-Rick Odin. Or Dino Crisis backwards. Because backwards or forwards, it's a terrible game. And I wanted everything to have S's. Everything is S tier. Wink. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And I am happy with the year as a whole. I have enjoyed playing lots of things. I've enjoyed playing and seeing lots of stuff that I wouldn't otherwise have seen, even if it's games that I didn't enjoy overall. Thinking things like Pizzanort's Eternal Darkness. Absolutely don't shy away from dictatoring more of those. I enjoy seeing more things that I haven't seen before. I enjoy learning about the historical development of the games over time, like the Final Fantasy Friday that we've been playing them through and seeing how they evolve, even if they aren't great. And sometimes it's nice to play something terrible just to be able to fully appreciate how good the truly good things are. Okay. Cheers all. Thank you for joining me for Year in Review 2024. Consider checking out the things that I think are really good if you want something to do, especially those free ones. Poker Rogue, Ware Cleaner, Just Barely. Could not more highly recommend those for being free. Have a happy New Year's all. Okay. Other than that, how are we going to burn the rest of time to midnight? I guess we'll make Nuxart happy and do some more heroes, eh? Boop. Have some more nostalgia. Would I rather be dictated Dino Crisis or Vicky 3? So you're basically asking me where do I put Vicky 3 here? And I put it in substandard. It has three main game functions: diplomacy, war, economy. The economy is the biggest, and it's only good for one of those three. The other two are bad. Admittedly, the good one is the one that it's the bigger, more important one, but 1 out of 3 is not a good... That's not a passing grade, right? Hail, Decoy. Happy Hogmanay. Boop. Okay. Boop. Boop. Okay. 33% would be passing on some college physics exams. It isn't a passing mark for me. Sorry. Speaking as a person who has literally lectured at uni, it isn't a pass by my standards. I'm okay with half the class failing if they fail. Okay. That said, I would like to, if I can, push that upload up. Give me a sec. I don't think there were any classes that have more than about a 50% fail rate when I was tutoring and substitute lecturing at uni. Wow, that was a fair bit longer to go through than I thought it was. I didn't think that would take 2 hours. But anyway. Anyway. What map will we do next? Some of the higher math lectures had those fail rates. Most of the high fail rate ones are early on, at least for my uni. When I was there, first year statics and first year dynamics. That looks kind of interesting. Ooh, peasants. Help peasant farmers regain their castle and land. Else they will take your crops. Yeah. That sounds decent. But I need a brief break. One sec. And done. So I will finish my drink, go and refill it, use the restroom, and we will be back with some more Heroes 2 in just a minute.
Oh.
It's chugging. What about now? Oh yeah. Oh, nope. Still bad. That should be fine.